Yeah, I think we still have some time. 2 minutes. Yeah.
So then Anna, the recording is on and also the sharing of screen, I think. Yeah.
How many live streams? How many people did we get? Has anybody checked?
Like, for instance, yesterday we have like 7 people.
Yeah, today 6. No, that's for watching. I think that's me.
Yeah, but it's kind of quite important. Martha was saying she was watching it on the train coming here, so people are following it.
Yeah, and also the camera is on. Yeah. Okay.
We still have time. And we don't have Kim, so I can't start without Kim. Ah, there she is. All right. I think we're it's already fine now. All right. Shall we get going? Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being back promptly. So now we have a kind of a split session before lunch. We have the end of session 3 with Kim doing the last 3 presentations, and then we'll go into session 4.
Welcome back, everybody. We're continuing the spatial modeling session. I want to remind everybody to really speak into this microphone because the people in the back are not hearing you otherwise. So our first presentation is from Miriam Putz, Understanding Trophic Interactions in the Southern Part of the North Sea, Implications for Spatial Management. Go ahead, Miriam.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you enjoyed it. And as Kim just said, I'm now going to talk about the trophic interactions in the southern part of the North Sea, specifically the implications it could have for spatial management. So North Sea, it's a heavily utilized ecosystem which has already undergone a lot of changes in the past. We could see regime shifts. We've seen an increase in apex predators. We see that the fish community shifted from a cod-focused or cod-heavy system to a flatfish system. And there is a wide variety of pressures that are impacting the ecosystem. So it's quite important to get a good understanding, not only on a temporal context, but also on a spatial one. So right now, I'm actually using the model within 2 different projects. One is a Europe-wide project that aims to bring Europe closer to ecosystem-based fisheries management called Seawise. Here we use, on the one hand, EcoSim to look on the effects of fishing on the food web and different community diversity. And Ecospace we use to look at the impacts of MPAs in different contexts. And then we have BioWeb, which is a more national project, which is focusing on top-down and bottom-up impacts. Here I use Ecopath, all the 3, so Ecopath, EcoSim, and Ecospace, because I refined my existing model a bit. And we use then Ecospace to understand the top-down and bottom-up approaches. And I'm going to focus a bit more on BioWeb in the next slides. So we had an up and running ecosystem model, which has been published a couple of times. So why go ahead and change it? So this model was built originally to address fisheries management questions, and therefore it's quite fish-centric. So what we've done is we've got together with a lot of national partners, and we focus specifically on the mammal groups, but also on the zooplankton and the benthic groups to get a bit more precise representation of those groups. And therefore get a more holistic model that allows us a better top-down and bottom-up product. I'm not going to go into details on the model, so if you want to talk about the model itself, please come and find me. I will more focus on results and what we did. So in order to understand the ecosystem, we wanted to look at each driver individually. So we set out to run a bunch of sensitivity scenarios, which we compared to a baseline scenario where we kept the value from 2016, which is the last year where we have observations for all the drivers basically constant. That's the baseline. And then we have 4 blocks. We have the environment where we look at eutrophication. Here we use primary production as a proxy, temperature, and then we have the top-down food web impacts by marine mammals, bottom-up the zooplankton, and of course fishing impact because, well, fishing is always important. And what we did is we took the minimum, the mean, and the maximum value from 1991 to 2016, kept this as a constant driver to understand what happened in the past, and then in the end landed with a number of 30 sensitivity scenarios, which we looked at. And then we have 3 what-if scenarios. We don't like to call them future scenarios because nobody of us is really able to really predict the future, where we looked at cumulative impacts and not at the drivers individually. So we have 3 storylines. We have an ecological scenario, a climate change scenario, and a commercial scenario. And we have 4 drivers that we scale up and down to see what in this particular storyline would happen to the system. So we look at temperature, primary productivity, marine mammals, and fishing effort in this context. And we've used, of course, the Ecoint plugin to get all the ecological indicators out and then compare them in the end. So these results are like fresh out of the model, so please don't put them on social media yet. This is the output for the sensitivity scenarios, or one of the outputs. You can see the individual indicators, and you have the scenarios on the y-axis, and they're always in comparison to this baseline. And you have the 3 colors, which are the historic minimum, mean, and maximum value to see how that impacted the system. So I'm going to guide you a little bit through this because it's a lot of results. What we saw was that 4 drivers mainly impacted the ecosystem in the past. The first one was temperature, not that surprising, and also primary productivity that has changed quite a bit over the past in the North Sea. And of course, specifically for the fisheries-related indicators, we have an impact of the changes in fishing effort. And then what I found particularly interesting is that the scaling of copepods as only functional group really impacted the ecosystem quite a bit, specifically for pelagic biomasses. Because we, of course, used Ecospace to understand the spatial context a bit more, we then looked at the regions with the most sensitive changes, with the most changes in the past. So we took the mean, the min, and the maximum for each grid cell and calculated the absolute difference between those 3 past values to find those areas where 25, or selected the top 25% of the cells that had the greatest change overall, so we can identify the areas that were impacted the most. And what we found that, except for the copepods, the scenarios driven by changes in gelatinous zooplankton and ecopods, I forgot to mention this is fish biomass indicator, the fish biomass indicator. The changes driven by the functional groups happen mainly in the eastern part of the North Sea, while for the scenarios driven by copepods, fishing effort, and primary productivity actually shows quite a strong resemblance with the sand eel habitats. So in the bottom, you can see the sand eel map that is implemented in Ecospace, and you can see that this is driving the distribution quite heavily. And the temperatures mainly in the Dutch, German, and Danish bight. Now for the outputs of the cumulative scenarios, I've here the scenarios again for you so you can keep track of what we did. Interestingly, most of the changes appear to be on the negative side for the indicators. And the blue one, the commercial scenario, appears to be the most positive, which was kind of baffling at first. But when we look closer, for the ecological and the climate change scenario, we reduced for different reasons the primary productivity, while for the commercial scenario, we kept it constant. And so we concluded that the primary productivity among those four drivers is definitely the one whose strongest drives the ecosystem and impacts the results. So now we have all those cool results. So what do we do with it? I'm going to now skip to the other project. Because here we looked, for example, at changes in fishable areas. So we closed MPAs to look what happens if we close areas to the fishing. And here we see again fish biomass. Green is an increase in biomass and blue is a decrease. And we can see that inside those areas, we get an increase in biomass and outside as well, which you can also see here in the plot. I'm going quite quickly over those results. On the webpage of Seawise, there's a report. You can look at that if you want to have a closer look or talk to me. And we use here the same indicators as for the other studies. So the next approach would be to combine that, the closures, with all of the knowledge we gathered from the top-down, bottom-up approaches, use those core areas where we know those are sensitive to change, and then take the knowledge further from there. So to sum it all up a bit, what we did see is the food web is most sensitive to bottom-up changes, and environmental drivers, as well as fishing effort, have a way stronger impact on the system than the top predators, which didn't appear quite much. The functional groups with the strongest impact on the food web were the copepods. That was quite surprising how strong the impact was. And we did see that there was spatial variation between the scenarios for the fish biomass. However, the eastern coast, as well as those sand eel regions, are the one that are strongest impacted overall. And for the cumulative impacts, the primary productivity was the one that drove on top of all the other indicators, basically. So when we look into management considerations, also spatially, we need to consider the strongest drivers and what type of spatial variation we have in order to give good management considerations. Thank you.
Great. We have plenty of time for questions.
It's quite fast.
Thank you. Very interesting work.
Thank you.
I'm curious. So one of the things that hasn't really come up a lot this week is like spatial fishing effort. And so I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about how you address spatial fishing effort, how sensitive the model was to that as far as like port locations and the cost of fishing, and were you able to get effort in the right place, and just maybe what was your experience with modeling spatial fishing effort?
Yeah, so yes, I think it's quite sensitive to the right distribution. What I've done, so in the beginning, I don't have any ports in my model because I only have 12 fleets, and I cannot assign them to any specific ports because they are quite diverse located and aggregated quite strongly. But what I did was I took from the SCTF effort data, the spatial distribution of the fishing effort of the last couple of years, and I created maps that are called habitat maps, and then implemented them as an habitat into ecospace, and then allowed the fleets to fish in their specific habitat rather than on sand or on mud or whatever, to fish exactly where we've seen that they are fishing. With the exception for some species where I know they are just fishing there where the species is located. So yeah, this is what I did with the fishing.
If nobody else has a question, I will. I was wondering about the copepods that you had this big impact, and I was wondering if you checked your vulnerabilities, because you might have such a huge impact because your vulnerabilities are very high or something, you know.
Yeah, I checked it. I tried it with different settings. It's because there is specifically for the pelagics and also for the sand eel, which also makes a difference. They have quite a strong, they're the biggest group in there, and they're diet wise appearing in a lot
In
of
a
other
lot, yeah.
groups. And so I think the impact here is just really strong because they're just such an important group. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's
And
one thing.
and maybe if I can have a follow on from that, I know that in the North Sea and the other parts of the Northeast, there's been a big change in the zooplankton community. So have you been able to see that in your, you know, model that in your model, and is it possible to see if that is because copepods have taken over? Because I thought that copepods were going down, not up. So
Yeah, they are, but they're also, that's one thing, they are going down, which is why it's important to understand that they're impacting, and the minimum is actually the value out of 2016 in the end driving the model. At the time series I got and the partners I had were the Alfred Wegener Institute, and they have the data from the Helgoland roads, which is perfect, but it's spatially not wide enough to really go. So I didn't want to go deeper into splitting those groups because the data was just not enough there. And I would rather address that and be like, okay, I know they have a different shifting community, but
And adding to that, I should know this by now with this model, but how many phytoplankton groups do you have?
Just one.
Just one, okay.
Yep.
So I was interested in, you had indeed primary production going down in two of your scenarios, but not in one. What was the thought process behind it to not reduce it in the third
So
one?
the narrative basically in the green scenario, we were like, okay, they're going to do more ecological farming and even reduce nutrients even further. So we do see a decrease in nutrients. That was for the ecological or the green scenario. For the climate change, we've seen in the southern part of the North Sea a negative correlation between primary productivity and temperature, which would also be true for the commercial scenario, because we were like, okay, commercially, they're going to keep on pumping everything in the air, increasing the temperature, decreasing primary productivity, but also not changing the type of farming, maybe even go for more output and introducing more nutrients again into the river. And so that was kind of the idea, to have a difference between the scenarios there in that direction.
Great, thank you. And we're about at time, so thank you, Miriam. Our next presenter is Greg Oldford, student presentation for you voters. No biogeochemical model, no problem. Using Ecospace in lieu of biogeochemical model in a double stacked NEMO Ecospace end-to-end model of the Salish Sea. Go ahead, Greg.
Do we have any biogeochemical modelers? Am I? Yeah, so I'm really excited to have the opportunity to load it up. Okay.
No presentation, no problem, right?
No, really, do we have anybody that does biogeochemical modeling in the audience? Okay, good. So yeah, I'm really excited to have a chance to tell you about our application of Ecospace within an end-to-end modeling framework under development for the Strait of Georgia in the Salish Sea. I'm a scientist with the Canadian Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and I'm also one of Vili's PhD students, one of his most vintage students. And Yeah, so I'll get right into it. The motivation to develop an E2E model for this area was to help evaluate a suite of hypotheses about the mechanisms behind declines in marine survival of juvenile salmon in the Salish Sea that occurred in the late 1970s and early 1980s. The Salish Sea is a productive inland sea in the northeastern Pacific. It's semi-enclosed and has fjords and estuarine characteristics. The light gray rectangle here, this denotes the domain of a NEMO ocean model. That's nucleus for the European modeling of the oceans, which we've applied for Canadian waters. I hope that's okay. And the darker rectangle denotes the domain of the ecospace domain that I'll talk about. And both have a 1.5 kilometer horizontal resolution that lines up with each other. The original plan was a typical plan. It's something I just call a 3-stack model setup. So we have the physical model, biogeochemical model, ecosystem, and socioeconomic model. The plan was to use GETM-FABM framework and Ecospace together. The physical ocean model and the biogeochemical model, I'll just call it a BGC model, are coupled and linked to the ecosystem model in an offline manner, typically. The BGC models include abiotic and biotic components, and they typically include zooplankton as grazers of phytoplankton, but the zooplankton groups are treated as a closure term, meaning their dynamics to some extent are predetermined. The good things about BGC models in a setup like this, they include really detailed abiotic, biotic feedback loop. For example, nutrient cycling. They're typically high resolution 3D. And a really great thing is that ecosystem modelers don't need to model primary production. Exactly. Unfortunately, this project didn't work out as planned. We were left without forcings for our ecospace model, so we had to improvise. So then let's talk about the disadvantages of a BGC model like this. It's computationally expensive. It's for example, adding a BGC model to the stack, it costs about 10 times more compute time on a high performance computing system. Well, at least the ones we had developed or had been developed for the region that weren't developed regionally, but not for the scale that we're looking at. They're labor intensive, and a key thing is they do break the biotic feedback loop at that zooplankton point. And so they're not truly coupled to the upper trophic levels. So we came up with a new plan. It's a bit old. We developed a model using the NEMO framework, and then we had the audacity to try to use Ecospace in lieu of the traditional BGC model in a 2-stack setup. So if this works, it would be fast, relatively cheap computationally, and cheap with respect to time and labor. And then there's no breaking of that biotic feedback loop too. So all groups are coupled, all biotic groups are coupled. So to explain the ecospace model setup, I regret to say, I have to say a few words about the mechanisms driving primary production in the Strait of Georgia. In short, the area is highly productive. It's turbulent. It has very strong tidal mixing and wind-driven mixing. Nutrients are essentially unlimited throughout the water column most times of the year, except in the surface waters seasonally where they're depleted by primary production. The Fraser River is important because it seasonally extends a very silty plume across the entire domain. It limits light availability for primary production. The seasonal succession of phytoplankton is typical of a coastal mid-latitude area like this. So that may be quite familiar to a lot of people. Basically, we want to see in the model the same type of pattern. That would be indicative that the model is performing well. The light levels received by plankton and turbulent mixing are primary factors that we need to worry about with respect to the timing of the spring bloom. With respect to seasonal succession, we want to make sure that temperature and nutrients are accounted for. Those are primary factors. They're not all the factors, but those are the ones we narrowed things down to. So I first developed a diagnostic model to explore this idea with 16 functional groups from bacteria to juvenile fish. There are two versions of the model balanced for wet weight, and there's a version balanced for in carbon units. I captured the plankton functional diversity and trophic interactions along 2 dimensions of function and size, estimating the maximum, minimum, and optimal predator-prey size ratios from the literature. That helped a lot with diet parameterizations and also the tuning using electivities that are similar, showing, for many groups, we want to have the electivities be similar. The time step was really important for evaluation. The versions were balanced using the typical annualized units, but then converted to monthly. So we sort of tricked EWE, and that leads us to a 3-day time step. And I can say a little bit about how that was done technically, if you like. So the key here to doing that was to support model evaluation. And the resulting model, the food web model, has enough resolution to represent basically the microbial loop, the so-called jelly web, which is part of a bunch of hypotheses about how the area may or may not have changed. And then mixotrophy was also represented. The key pathways for juvenile salmon are in yellow, and that's the typical shorter pathways associated with the spring bloom conditions. So EcoSim and EcoSpace do have a relatively underutilized way of simulating primary production and biogeochemistry. In EWE, primary producer growth is modeled based on a saturating type relationship by default, parameterized relative to maximum growth rates. Then nutrients are depleted using a monotype function. And initial conditions set the ratio of nutrients that are within the functional groups versus free in the water column. And finally, environmental responses can be added, and they can be anything. Spatial temporal framework will force the physical environmental conditions that primary producers then react to. So there's actually multiple ways to use EcoSpace to do this. I'll just emphasize here, given the time available, of moving from 3D NEMO fields to the 2D setup. The most important factor, as I said, was first determining the photosynthetically active radiance received by phytoplankton across the water column. So I have a Python-based submodel that does this. Essentially, it models how primary producers react to light, incoming light, using PI curves or photosynthesis radiance curves from the literature. They're particular for each functional group. And we get all kinds of fields. We have light from a regional reanalysis model that Hein casts back to 1979. And then we have wind. We get out of the NEMO model a bunch of fields, including the vertical mixing depth due to turbulence. So that's turbulent a diffusive mixing vertically instead of a stratified mixed layer. And then we attenuate the light based on turbidity in the water column. Basically, we have a proxy for that from salinity. So 2 options at the very least. There's 2 kind of options that I'll emphasize. We can integrate. We can basically determine the response to temperature, light, other things at each depth level and then integrate, or we can just integrate determining the light in advance and then allow those kinds of responses to be parameterized inside of EcoSpace. And so I figured, why don't we just try EcoSpace? Because it's a little simpler to do it that way and a little more upfront. And why not just use the trapezoidal functions? Because we can use the curves, but if the trapezoidal functions work, why not? So I'll show you a little bit of now the map of the domain. This area is actually just a blotted out plume. This is kind of a crude animation, so we'll revise this, but this blotted out area is no longer there. It's just an artifact. And I'll walk you through here the diatom biomass. So this is a map of diatom biomass. When it gets green, it's essentially bloom conditions. And we're starting in January 2005, which satellite data indicate is a very early bloom year. And as January proceeds, we saw there, going back, that maybe conditions looked like they were amenable to a spring bloom, but they weren't. Then the winds come up again. We go back to relatively low biomass. Then by February, things are starting to look better in the southern part of the domain, where there's quite a lot of turbulent mixing driven by tides, but that turbocline depth has actually receded a bit. And then when the spring bloom eventually develops in late February, that's what the timing from the satellite data shows as well. So as the season proceeds, it becomes a situation where the flagellates and the other groups are actually outcompeting diatoms. So you'll see them kind of as the year proceeds into April and May, it becomes less, I guess, amenable to diatoms. So that's how the spring bloom looks in ecospace. But is this actually representative of reality? It looks okay. But so I looked at the seasonal average biomass across all years, so 2003 to 2018 being the evaluation period, and they look pretty good. Diatoms spike early on and then fall down. We've got our other groups, the nano, pico, plankton, ciliates, dinoflagellates. They kind of come a little bit later. There's late spring or late summer conditions are favorable to the smaller groups. If I look at a repeated graph of just the diatoms, what's nice about the 3-day time step is that you can actually look at the spring bloom timing and whether that's changed, which is a key metric for the area. So looking at the spring bloom timing, we see that in this subregion, we can compare our results to satellite data. So the previously published Suchi et al. Paper, it shows the spring bloom day in the orange, and then the day predicted by Ecospace in the red, which is in general agreement with what we've seen from the satellite data. They classify spring blooms based on early, average, or late. And if we evaluate it in the same way, Ecospace is agreeing 13 out of the 14 years. And this is without a lot of tuning. It did take quite a bit of time, but there's a lot more time to go. So I have some ideas about why. We can talk about that later. But the other thing is, are there representative patterns that, I mean, why not check? So there's something called the Malaspina dragon, and the map is rotated here on the satellite in February 18th, 2009. There's this shape that looks like a dragon, which repeats itself. It's seen in multiple years. And the model shows this, which, you know, is not, this is a 3-day average. It's not exactly the same. If you squint, maybe you see some sort of similar pattern. It's not amazing, but then if you look later in the year, you do see a pattern that's pretty similar. So that's a qualitative evaluation. But yeah, just to conclude, can Ecospace be used as a BGC model? I should say used as in lieu of a BGC model. I think yes. Some aspects are tricky, but the benefits are potentially substantial. The diagnostic model represents spring bloom timing really well, despite crude approximation of the response functions. And there are things that can be improved. I can talk more about them, advection and exploring sensitivity to vulnerabilities. And yeah, next steps, we're going to move up the trophic levels and start evaluating zooplankton performance, juvenile fish, that sort of thing. So thank you very much.
We're out of time, so keep your questions in mind. Oh, Billy really wants to. Okay.
My comment.
No.
I didn't hear Sheila.
Student.
That's why I have to say this. Which is, I'm truly astonished. And for 10, 15 years, I've been talking to biogeochemical modelers and hydrodynamic modelers saying, what do we do about this interface there? And they're saying, you do it. And I say, no, you do it. And they say, no, no, you do it. Because there is really this interplay about what do you do about these closure terms in the biogeochemical model, which we know aren't good. So this is actually the first time I've seen someone do it, and I'm amazed that he's done it, because it certainly isn't because of my guidance, that's for sure. He's pulled this, and I'm really surprised. Impressed, I should say.
Yeah, catch Greg at lunch for further questions. We'll go ahead to our last presentation in this session by Simone Libranlato, co-development of spatiotemporal approach for an ecosystem-based fisheries management in the Adriatic Sea.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here on this conference. I'm presenting a work that I'm hiding most of the technicalities. I'm more showing, the idea is showing how we co-develop with the participatory approach, spatiotemporal simulation for the Adriatic. It's the result of teamwork at OGS. Some people are here in the floor. And this is also the result of a project that we got for the Adriatic. So the Adriatic is the black sheep, right, worldwide. Even Ray Hilborn is one of the worst places for fish to be, because there is the highest percentage of trawling everywhere. And despite the many efforts, there are still signs that there are problems with the sustainability of fisheries, that is suffering a lot. So we got this project where we get several institutions together and trying to develop a new framework that might be a little bit not novel, but in the sense that can be accepted by the community. And the community I'm talking about, especially the stakeholders, the fishermen, but also some of the policymakers. I will probably get there. The idea was that we wanted to include most of the multi-gear, multi-species dynamics in the area. We wanted to include also the climate effects and how to do that. Well, we do it through a series of meetings involving the stakeholders. So our initial ideas were shaped into how we project a platform, an example of information that can be useful for making scenarios, management scenarios that can be accepted by the community. So we developed these meetings, more than 100 people, trying to discuss and put together what are the main questions, what are the main answers that you want to have, and also what are the main indicators you want to look at. It seems, well, for us, we are always talking about the species, trophic level, etc. But in many cases, the most important thing is the people that they understand. So we actually put together, the first thing was they really wanted to be sure about the data. So the question was using official data and different kind of data, from oceanographic variables up to the fisheries landings and the catches and prices. We put together this information in a shared version, so in a kind of platform, and it is about 20 years of data for the Adriatic, with a spatial resolution of about 1/16 of degree. We embedded a lot of physical biogeochemical variables, similar to the ones that were presented in the presentation before, that we got through Copernicus and through in-house simulations, but also many other information. The idea is that we cover everything from physical, biogeochemical, the dynamics of the species, the fleet dynamics, including VMS, and the effort, and bioeconomic responses. And as a part of the platform, we wanted also to give the simulations. So you can find the platform, the simulation that we did. Of course, the idea is, well, to shape together not only the information, but also the model, right? So we developed a model that is quite complicated because it's a 73 functional group. But this is because they wanted, for example, to have a good alignment with the stock assessment. In the area, we have 7-8 species that are assessed. So we wanted to treat them into multi-stanza, right? So just the 20 functional groups are for multi-stanza. Then, because I'm coming from a group working with biogeochemical models, and And as we have seen before, it is important to keep track about the sizes of the plankton and zooplankton. We also have a few functional groups that are dedicated only to the planktonic domain. At the end, the model is therefore, as you can see, keeping a lot of information that are official, available also online through Copernicus, and using a lot of European statistical information. We put together in a model that is representing the whole domain of the Adriatic with 1/16 of degree. Well, if you want to have an example how we did this, we use the spatial temporal framework. And if you want to have an example how we use the Copernicus data, come to the workshop on Friday, because we will demonstrate how we use, well, a lot of information that are available there and how you can use into EcoSpace and also EcoSim, actually, by the way. And the fisheries, they didn't accept a simplification of the fisheries. So because it was important, especially when you have the spatial temporal dynamics, it was important not only to consider the different fleets, gears, also the different length overall. So we have several fleets in the model, 33 by the way, representing the country, the fishing gear, and the length overall. But you see there on the right side, we also needed, there was a question before, we also needed to put a limitation on the fishery movement. We know that there are regulations, right? The 3 nautical miles, the 6 nautical miles, etc. So especially the guys working in fisheries from the Croatian side, they have a lot of rotational areas for fishing. They wanted us to include in the EcoSpace model the administrative boundaries, that they are not the only one. Well, they are the first thing that they want to see, that the fisheries are going to be inside the administrative boundaries. And then, of course, inside there would be the spatial temporal framework moving the fleets. We also decided together what are the scenarios to do. And the first thing they want is, we don't want to understand the most complex thing. We want to understand the effect of any single management action. So they don't, in the area there are, you have to imagine there is troll fishing effort control, there are fisheries restricted areas, there are many things. They say, first of all, we would like to understand each management action by each one. So we want to understand the role of each action we want to do, we want to have. In the area, for example, there are, let me see if I can show you, yes. There are some fishery protected areas, like the Pomo, it's a huge one, with different kind of management actions that we represented in EcoSpace. There is also the plan for having a Northern Adriatic sanctuary for sole. It's a fishery restricted area. And they also, they were thinking at the time that to have a fishery restricted area in the southern part in Berry Canyon. Well, they wanted to understand, for example, what are the role of each of them, not all together only. And also the idea was to test other scenarios, like for example, what if we close to trawlers up to the 6 nautical miles? Is good, is bad? What is we reduce the effort, classical scenarios, right? But this is the fisheries multi-annual management plan was saying up to 2026, you have to reduce approximately 25% of the effort. What will be the fisheries at that time? So then they say, well, okay, put together the effort and the fishery restricted areas and see what will be the third scenario. And then because we had the opportunity to have the climatic models, we also use RCP 8.5 to say, what are the effects of climate in the future? They didn't want to think, well, my colleagues from climate, they say, well, we have the scenarios up to 2100, right? Forget it. They don't want to hear anything about 2100. They wanted us to understand what's happening in the real next time. So the next time slice for us was 2030, 2050. And well, another thing I have to say, they didn't want to understand many indicators. They just say, well, the management is set up according to 7, 8 target species. We want to know only what's happening with these few species. So this is the first result. This is the result of application of different fishery restricted areas. So I told you there is the Pomo Pit region, the big one, the Barry Canyon, and then there is the Northern Adriatic Sanctuary. And here are the 8 most important species for commercial purposes in the area. So there is sardine, anchovy, sole, red mullet, hake, the squilla mantis, Nephros norvegicus, and deepwater shrimp. Okay, what's happening when you close an area? The biomass is increasing, right? Very much. And this is what is happening within the regions. You know that in ecospace, you can also have the information not only for the whole domain, not only for the cell, but also by regions. Well, we got this information saying that there is a huge increase of biomass. There will be a huge increase of biomass for some peculiar species, the mersal, especially when we have the biggest pomo pit closure. That was expected. What was not expected is the effect on the northern sanctuary. There is very little effect on that. Even if we consider the fact that this is quite huge, I can show you in the slide before, it's a quite huge area, but there is little effect. Why? Because we represented the fact that the fisheries are not going to troll in most of this area, because it's a kind of dirty area. It's full of holoturians and other species. They don't want to go there because there is a lot of discard. So if you look at VMS, there is no troll. Well, there is an area that they are not trolling so much. So when we are closing, we have not a big effect. And this is important because otherwise we are just saying, well, we have a new protected area, but actually is having little effect. Okay, this is if you don't think this is a good value, well, when you look at the biomass increase at the level of the domain, the values are in the increase of the order maximum 10%. Order 5% for Nephros norvegicus, and the hake is increasing by 10%. We look the results of some troll surveys, and this is quite in line with what's happening. So the first answer is, well, the fishery protected areas, fishery restricted areas have a different effect. It doesn't only depend on size, it depends also where you place. This is normal for us. But especially there is a reason behind why there are no effects from some protected areas. And so we want to, this was actually useful to support, for example, the establishment of the large fishery protected areas in the central part of the Mediterranean, and also to support the other one, the Bari Canyon, that is also having quite an effect, you see, a little bit. Okay, now let's look at the result for the scenarios. I told you the scenarios were closure to the 6 nautical miles, reduction of effort in fishery restricted areas, and climate change. Well, the effort scenario, well, let's go for the closure. The idea, and this is coming from all the different models, the closure of 6 nautical miles is a disaster for the fisheries because there is no potential for rebuilding for the stocks, and there is an overfishing outside. So you will actually have the problem of all the species that have good capabilities of reproduce in the coast, but they have a lot of overfishing when they are going outside. So this is not a good solution. And this was the answer. This is actually happening for all species. Reducing the effort, well, it was 25% more, well, no, not 25, but something like that. Aggregated was 25% of decrease in effort is a huge effect. So it's a potential for a building of many stocks, especially the demersal target, red mullet and hake. And it is also improved when you also have a fishery restricted area, but most of the effect is due to reduction of effort. So the positive thing is that this is actually in terms of biomass. Yes, we also have the same for catches. The idea was, well, guys, you will suffer because they will reduce effort by 20%, 25%, but in the long run, you will have an increase in catches. So this is actually was considered positive, right? So you see here, this is the catches. The catches in this will be increasing, not so much, but then is the worst actually result of the analysis. We performed the scenario with climate. For us, climate is not only temperature, was also the effect on biogeochemical model. So it means that up to 2030, 50 actually, we got the simulation about changes in sea bottom temperature, sea surface temperature, that all variables that we included in the model, including oxygen. and phytoplankton and zooplankton. Yes, I'm going close. What is the result? The biomasses will decline just because of the climate change, and will also have a big effect on all the different species, even in terms of catches. You see the decline of catches is expected to be in the order of 10%, just because of climate. What is the effect? Climate is foreseen, according to our models, to have more or less the same productivity in the future, but with a decline of diatoms production and an increase in productivity of smaller phytoplankton. It has a very huge effect in our food web, because it is expected that if you have a smaller phytoplankton, you will have an increase of the microbial loop and the microbial food web. And so the net effect is actually a decline of most of the biomasses in the food web. Well, I think at the end, through several meetings, technical meetings, locals that we got during the projects and the international stakeholder meetings, I think what was the result is that this kind of modeling was actually accepted. It was kind of a novelty in the area. And I mean, accepted by fishermen. We were talking a lot with cooperatives because we were developing together. So I think this is a good opportunity. Now, the most amazingly, the most difficult thing is the policymaker. So, but that's another story. Thank you very much.
We're out of time for questions, so catch you on it. And luckily for us, it's going to be the morning. Because we're now moving on to session 4, and I think we'll have 3 talks in session 4 before lunch. Session 4 is on climate change, ecological, economic, and social aspects, and ensemble modeling. So Simone is going to lead this and
okay. So this is a session I'm leading together with Jeroen, Ekin, and Gideon. So by now I will take the lead. So the floor is for Marcela Nascimento. Yes, please. That is going to talk about multiple stressors. So the idea of the session is to put together climate change, ecological and economic dynamics, also socially into our modeling. I think we see some examples.
Short here and no. Okay, thank you. And I'm always terrible with this. Where is the point? It's here. Yeah, the laser button is here. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm here again, but now to talk about the work I developed in the Barents Sea with Thorsten Pedersen. And we were working with multiple stressors in the warming Barents Sea, and how the functional groups in our model would be affected by low and high carbon emission scenarios. So I don't know if everybody knows where the Barents Sea is. So it's here up north. It's an Arctic ecosystem. It's a shelf area surrounded by Russia and Norway and the Norwegian Sea and Arctic Sea. And it's highly influenced in the north, in this area here, by the Arctic Ocean, and here by the Gulf Stream. So it's a transitional area with a strong Arctic component, and there is coming more boreal with the time, but also there is a lot of boreal species here. Then we know that the Arctic areas are the most impacted by the climate change. And in this context, we were wondering to see if the functional groups of our model and the community will change center of the distribution and the spread of these distributions at the different plausible global warming scenarios. And also if this response will be different between Arctic and boreal species. To answer these questions, we were working with this high tropical resolved model with 108 functional groups. Did I do something wrong?
Too many groups.
Yeah, collapsed. Oh, yeah. I think the problem is me. It's always like when I'm here. Yeah, this model was published in 2021 by Kirsten Pedersen and collaborators, and I was in this paper. And then after we specialized this model, and we used it, yeah, it was we compared the real data because we have a long-term monitoring in the Barents Sea, led by the IMR and PINRO in a. Oops, thank you. Here, so this is the simplification of the traffic web, and then we publish it with the Tristan Pedersen and Berenguer that is here also. Sorry, yeah, and yeah. So as I was telling, the Arctic are changing, and it's the most important, most impacted by the global changes. And we worked with the ecospace in this case here, and we were using the biogeochemical NEMO model downscaled to the Barents Sea to be more realistic, and just to represent how changes are predicted and conditions are predicted for the Barents Sea. Here in the black, we see the hindcast, and from 2016 and on, we have the forecast. In blue line is the bottom temperature and the low carbon emission scenario, it's the cold scenario. The yellow line is the intermediate scenario, and the red line is the warm scenario. And we can see, and it's important to note here, that until 2050, 60, they are running at the same direction approximately, but they start to diverge, and the cold scenario start to be colder. It is almost the same condition as the initial point of our modeling, that is 2020. The intermediate scenario is a little bit warmer. It's approximately 0.5 degrees warmer, but in the warmer scenario, it's 1.65 degrees warmer. And this pattern is seen also for the surface temperature and also for ice coverage that is important for the Barents. But remember that is not uniform, it's a transitional area from the Arctic to the boreal conditions. So here is the maps that we inputted in the ecospace, and above we have the sea ice concentration. Below is the surface temperature. Here in the left side is the cold scenario. In the right side is the warm scenario. And here 2020, 2090, yeah, 90s, because we have averaged the data by decade. So you can see that in the cold scenario, the conditions in the beginning and the end of the simulations are pretty similar, but in the warm scenario, there is no ice left in September, and the temperature is really higher. So we did all the process that you now know better than I could explain with all the explanation before, and we run it with all the spatial time framework for the ecospace. And then we had this the maps for all the functional groups, for all the time steps from the beginning until 2099. And then we have this distribution for all the functional groups. But to visualize and to see how it was changing over the years, we calculated we post-processed and calculated the center of gravity of the distribution. That means a point that if you hold all the plan, you can balance and not fall the plan. So this is the center of gravity. And also we calculated the inertia. That means that if the distribution is spreading more, the inertia is bigger. But if the distribution is reducing, the inertia is smaller. So we can see if the species are spreading or reduction, and if they are shifting. according to the environmental conditions. So here we have one example. Yeah, and from here and on, I will show the results just in terms of center of gravity and inertia. So each of these points here represent one scenario. The circle is the cold scenario, the diamond is the intermediate, and the asterisk, the warm scenario. And the color represent the years. The purple here is the 2020, when our simulations start. The pink, 50s, and the 90s is the red one. What we saw, here we can see the mean center of gravity of the distribution. Doesn't mean that it's just here, but it's that point. But if you zoom it, you can see that during the cold and intermediate scenario, they shift more northeastern, and then they return a little bit closer to the initial point. The same in the intermediate scenario, they shift and then they return closer in the cold scenario and a little bit further, but still closer to the initial point in the intermediate scenario. But in the warm scenario, they shift further north. It was observed for the Arctic community, and we calculated also for all the Arctic community together and all the boreal community together. So here we can see this main center of gravity of the Arctic community, all the Arctic together. And they also have the same pattern with this return smaller in the intermediate scenario and a big return closer to the initial conditions in the colder scenario, like a boomerang effect. This is the reason I put this boomerang. But in the warm scenario, they go further north, mostly northwestern, in a rate of 14 kilometers per decade. On the other hand, the boreal community, they are more southern western located, and they are also shifting, but they are shifting mostly to the eastern. It's northeastern, but eastern, and returning more in the cold scenario. And the intermediate scenario, they almost doesn't return, but they go further south. But in the warm scenario, they go further in the northeastern in a rate of 26 kilometers per decade. I'm as an optimistic person, I can see that in terms of the management, we can show this to the management people, say, yeah, come on, we have to take action now, still have time. Because I'm stopping using these changes. I mean, as an optimistic version. So summarizing, our first question was if the functional groups and the community change and they spread and the spatial distribution that this at the plausible scenarios. Yes, in the cold and intermediate scenario, they shift mainly poleward and return close to 2020 distribution and the end of the century. And in the warm scenarios, they have this strong shift, the poleward shift. And if the response is different than the Arctic and Boreal, yes, too. Arctic shifting mostly northward, while Boreal shifting more northeastern. And the Boreal spread more than Arctic in warm scenarios. Yeah, probably because the Arctic conditions, the Arctic Ocean is deeper, and shift rates are larger in Boreal functional groups than the Arctic groups. So yeah, it was what I want to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really nice presentation. That was really cool to see. I was wondering if you'd looked at or you plan to look at how this might reflect a change in the gravitational center for the fishing communities and whether that has any socioeconomic impact.
with the fishery scenarios.
Yeah.
Yeah, we calculated, but it was too much things to put here. It's
Yeah.
too much. I tried to summarize it at maximum. Yeah, but we calculated also with the fishery scenarios, and it was surprising. Doesn't affect too much because the most important for this at least in my model with the way we use it here, it was the main driver was the global changes, mainly the ice concentration.
Yeah. No, I guess I was just interested to see whether it changed where the fishers had to go to land the fish that they needed to land in order to make socioeconomic ecosystem services viable, and whether it might impact things like the carbon costs and getting there and stuff like that. You know. So yeah, thanks. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Hi, great talk. Thank you so much. This might be part of a broader question, but I was wondering why you decided to use SSP 5 8.5. My understanding from the climate modeling community is that they're actively trying to move away from it, and they were hoping that kind of impact assessments would be following that trend, as it's kind of more focused on sensationalism rather than anything that's plausible and or politically relevant.
Yeah, we decided for the 4.5. Yeah, we were in a bigger project, and it was the main direction the project was going was to compare the 4.5 and 8.5. So we were comparing these two, and actually, and I think in the Arctic, the way they are I don't know if I agree that the 8.5 is so unrealistic for the Arctic, at least. What I saw in the results of not my model, but the biogeochemical model that I saw, the path that the 8.5 is closer than the observed now than the 4.5. So I think I mean, yeah.
Regionally specific. Thank you.
Yeah.
So now is Ivar Sputnis talking about environmental-based simulation for the Baltic. Please, the Baltic. Let me see if I can do it for you. Yep. Oh, but it went down.
So, hello everyone. My name is Ivar Sputnis. I'm from Institute of Food Safety, Animal Health and Environment from Latvia, from small Baltic Sea country. So here today I want to present the studies that we started. It's not finished work, it's still in progress, but it's related to environmental-based simulation of the future Baltic Sea coastal food web. So here we are talking about the one small port of the Baltic Sea system. Just for imagination, we are located here, conference, and we are not so far away. And from the ecological perspective, this the Gulf of Riga system, it's quite interesting system because it's quite small, shallow, and it's heavily influenced by the climate change. Historically, we observed that there have been those regime shifts when everything has completely changed. So cod was gone from this system, and there are only a few species left, as in the other parts of the Baltic Sea as well. But otherwise, yeah, it's very dynamic system, and it's impacted also by various anthropogenic factors, also fishery, also pollution, also the nutrient inputs from the rivers, and so on. And it's quite productive system overall. And what's interesting from the fish perspective, this system hosts separate population of the herrings in the Baltic Sea, and it is a separate stock that lives in the Gulf of Riga. It's also managed separately from the offshore populations, and here from the herring point of view, we can see that there are like 4 herring management units in the Baltic Sea, and here we are talking about one very small management unit. But what's very special about this Gulf of Riga herring, that it's the last one herring stock that is doing good in the Baltic Sea, the last hope. So there's something special with this stock. So all this work is also related to the fisheries management. The overall aim is probably also inspired by Jacob, by you, by your FECO work and so on, just to bring some more ecosystem information into the Gulf of Riga herring stock management, because historically we've seen that the stock is fluctuating depending on the overall regime shifts, overall climate trends. This huge increase in the 90s was related to the increase in the water temperatures, basically, also due to this regime shift. And we can see that recently the stock is on the highest historical levels if we are doing everything good in the stock assessment workshops. So, and by the way, I'm the stock coordinator for this Gulf of Riga herring stock. So partly I'm also responsible for this story. But yeah, so what we did regarding the Ecopath and Ecosim studies, I would say we built this Ecopath model from scratch. Originally, I was very impressed by the data availability that we have for this system. You can see in the upper corner, some data sets are like from the last mid-century, from 50s, 60s. I really enjoyed this picture from the opening presentation about these expectations that you have originally. I thought probably we can start to like model this system from the mid-century and then capture all those regime shifts and so on. But of course, then realistic scenario came. And yeah, we stick with the period when we got most of the data, and it's like period starting from 2000s, and that was the baseline period for our Ecopath model. So we divided 27 functional groups. Actually, I would say that this knowledge about the system is quite good. We have some diet, even recent diet studies regarding herring feeding and so on. So we basically build our concept on the existing information that is available for the system. Yeah, probably the only group where we don't have any information, but it's common in the Baltic Sea, it's mysids. It's very important food item for the herrings as well. So here we did some cheating. We assumed the ecotrophic efficiency for this group, but yeah, but otherwise for all the other groups, we had some seasonal surveys, we had some seasonal investigations where we can assess the biomass, the diet composition, and all the other indices also relate to the like climate conditions and so on. We divided 3 fishery fleets. So most important, it's trawls, of course, the open sea fishery for the herring. And finally, yeah, we checked this model assumptions against this ecological criteria by Prebel assumptions. All this work is in progress. We are aiming to publish it soon, quite soon. So we are more concentrating on this Ecopath and Ecosim scenario right now. So what is driving our model? We put for Ecosim, we put fishing effort that shows a bit strange pattern that it's basically decreasing. And then we choose to include environmental variables from the Balsam model. This is this so-called Baltic Sea long-term eutrophication model. So all these values are modeled. And we also see that in this calibration period, there are some changes and overall temperature is increasing. Yeah, this is our food web. Still quite, I would say, simple, according to what I've seen before. not like 100 functional groups, but yeah, the major energy flows comes from the phytoplankton to zooplankton and from the herring to the fishery. Yeah, so from this functional part is quite simple system. Yeah, also we have scots and some predators, but they are in very small numbers nowadays there. So basically, it's quite simple system. Yeah, we are trying to do some calibration. We succeed with the herrings, and we were not so successful with other groups. And this is the focus that we are having right now. So basically, to move forward, we need to calibrate our model to more or less realistically like show the historical like observations. And that's something where I'm having some questions for this bootcamp activity and so on. So that's something that we probably could improve a lot. Yeah, and then the focus, yeah, is on the herrings. And if we are looking at the zooplankton, zoobenthos, basically we are getting flat lanes. Also, there are very nice trends and some processes are going under that. And then from the herring perspective, yeah, we are also not very successful by capturing those most important food items at the moment. Yeah, but still, I promised to do some climate scenarios, future projections. So yeah, here I choose to use 2 climate scenarios. Sensational one so here before, and probably more realistic one, and 2 nutrient scenarios. And then basically, probably it's the glitch of the Baltzan model, but you can see that after this calibration period, many things are changing quite fast, and so it's always like challenging point to do some predictions for the period with the values that you are not observing historically, and you're not able to calibrate this model. So take this with a pinch of salt. So basically, no sensations here. Under the current assumptions, those biomass projections generally follow the primary production forcing patterns, which results, of course, in the higher future productivity. But as I said, I can see that there is a lot of improvements that can be made here. And I'm very looking towards some like environmental response modeling, like environmental response inclusion to this model concept, because right now we are forcing mainly those groups through the basic ecosystem forcings. But here I can see that for such small system, shallow system that reacts pretty fast to environmental change, we should be more creative, yeah. And probably it's not enough to use like annual average temperatures or some annual assumptions, but we should look more deeply and then more detailed into those assumptions. So yeah. But at the same time, I'm trying to prepare some questions for this bootcamp, and I'm trying to prepare some ecological preferences for those species. And let's see how we will move forward. But at least for the first paper, we will try to avoid those future projections, and we will try to stick for those calibration period to describe the basic processes in the food web and to make it probably more usable for the future management activities and like stuff like that. So yeah, I was pretty fast, and yeah, thanks for your attention. I'm ready to handle some questions or suggestions. Yeah.
Thanks. Really nice presentation. Yeah, it looks like looking at this projections, looks like it's pretty bottom-up driven, right?
Yes,
Maybe
at
for
the moment,
like
yeah.
that you
Yeah.
expect more top-down driving.
Yeah.
Maybe your study's a case at looking at changing vulnerability settings and looking at the effect of that. If you might be able to get the same fit with different vulnerability settings, right?
Yeah, that's something that we are playing around, but it doesn't affect the results significantly. So more or less, the message is the same.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your talk.
Thank you.
Just because I have to build a Baltic model, I have a question for you. Do you have Russian fishing in the Gulf of Riga?
Fortunately, not.
Okay. So you
And hopefully we'll not have.
so you don't struggle to find the
No,
captives.
no,
Okay, thank you.
That's not this part of the Baltic Sea, but yeah, and this question is relevant for the other Baltic Sea basins. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think it's very interesting because I also modeled a freshwater bay system, and I found it is very strongly bottom-up driven. So one thing, and I saw your calibration that looks like one of my calibrations. So I think at the beginning you may want to, well, we can talk more in the bootcamp, but I think one thing is really the driving. Sorry, what was that? Forcing function of your primary production. So that's probably your starting point. And we have some tricks to do something with that. So I think that's maybe.
Yeah, thanks. We can, talk around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Beatriz Diaz, ecosystem effects of heat waves in Prince Williamson. Here from the back. Right. Let me open the presentation.
Please, I don't even want to.
No, we also. Okay, please.
So I'm like passing with this, right? Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me well? Oh, like this. Okay, better. So, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present this work. I'm like presenting today, and my presentation is very geared towards the stakeholders. So I just like realized while I was here in the room, I was like, huh, I could put more methodology, more stuff that I did, but give you like more food for thought and opportunities to make questions. This work was like a product of my postdoc and is part of the postdoc and is in collaboration with Gulf Watch Alaska and also Tom Oakey, Rob Surian, and Russ Hopcroft. So I'm taking you to Prince William Sound, located in the Gulf of Alaska. This place is like gorgeous as it can come. And also like a very rich place with like a amazing biodiversity and also this diversity of like environment within the sound. So it's really dynamic. Unfortunately, it's also known by one of the top 10 oil spills, major disasters that happened about 35 years ago in 1989. And this caused a lot of impacts in a bunch of like the ecosystem and several species, different taxas. This is a infographic from NOAA and it's the celebration, or I don't know how you say, you don't celebrate really a oil spill, but it's like the remembrance pretty much of the 25 years post oil spill, which you see like the track of like the species that were in recovering, on the path to recover, and like things are not going well, and something like we don't know, which weirdly enough has been 10 years past that, and those species that are in the path of the recovering still there in the path, and some of like that's like not recovering is still there. Same as my sweet species. I'm like a small pelagic person, so the herring has yet like we don't know why it's like never came back. And also like a hint of like new species that are like this is not more about the oil spill anymore, but it's just like effects of climate. And we see like a disappearance, short disappearance of like humpback whales coming to the sound, which we're like still exploring. So it's like unknown, those dynamics. So this is a synthesis work, and I rely on a bunch of people. This model was like developed before me. So I inherited and like did a lot of updates in the model and ran like the part of like the dynamic simulations. So this model comes like with also one of the things that is really cool is that we have like all this information about the Prince William Sound. Okay, just do this. And we have all these legacy data sets from Gulf Watch Alaska, which comes from like pretty much the 80s. Before the 80s, I don't trust very much, but we have that. And here you have like the oil spill. And another thing that you can see is the blob or the marine heat wave of 2016 as in the middle point of that. And in the graphs here, we have like the herring and the humpback whales that I just want to illustrate. So, okay, let's go to the point of this. So like, this was like very focused on this, okay, the oil spills, we had population changes, and now we have like other conditions that are coming up to the future, and also like those post dynamics as marine heat waves, which you can't really predict a marine heat wave as you do like with the scenarios of the climate scenarios, but, oh, sorry. Let's just pass this. But we know that they're like getting more intense and also longer in duration, as the blob of 2016, it started in 2014 and went all the way to the end of 16. And then we have also like on the Gulf of Alaska, the 2019 marine heat wave that was like very intense in comparison to the other one, and also like unusual because it started in the winter. So here's my spaghetti and like noodle ball with meatballs. And this is like pretty much like the food web structure. I failed to mention my functional groups and all the multi-stanzas, but we do have 62 functional groups. We have 4 multi-stanza categories that was like more like on the ground fish. And we also have 10 different fisheries on here, which also includes like subsistence fisheries. So let's go. So what I did, I grabbed this Ecopath model, update some things, did like the fit to time series in the compile all this time series that I show a little bit. I generate like those environmental response functions. Shout out to Holden. Thank you. I already used that. And then I was like looking at different like network indexes that were like make sense to the stakeholders that we were like talking to and like collaborating to, and also to the people that provided the data. So it's a synthesis project. So I want to give back something. So some of the metrics here you're gonna see kind of like repetitive, like tells the same story, but that's good, right? So here defining the thermal envelope functions as Holden described before. This was like very useful. I like this better than the just trapezoid. And so for those, I use like for pelagics and also demersal species. And what I did with that information, I had like my detrended SST and also detrended bottom temperature. So I would not pick up like the seasonal impulses. And then I compiled everything together in the part of the ecosim. This is just an example. And then like for all the other functional groups. So for results, like I pick it up like some, as I was like saying, this is like just like fitted to the model, and I pick up like different dates inside of the model to see like the effects of known and with marine heat waves. And this is like one of like the products of the ecosim, that's like the loss of production. You see like in the beginning of the time series, that is the oil spill. And then I highlighted the 2 latest marine heat wave, which has like this bump of like the loss of productivity. And it's like a little lagged within the marine heat waves. So I also like a lot like ascendancy, but one of the things that's really interesting to when I'm like presenting to like a more broad audience is like trying to explain what is ascendancy. So I pretty much like came up with sorry, I read. And for my explanations, like higher ascendancy, it means like you're pushing all like this energy upper trophic levels on your food web. And then we can see the same patterns, of course, of like the loss of productivity on ascendancy during the marine heat waves and throughout the time series. So one of the things that I really like to play with is those like Sankey diagrams, which we have like the 2 years here, like the warm year and the non-marine heat wave year. And on your right side, my left, you have the discrete functional trophic levels. And we can see that towards like the end, like higher trophic levels, you have like less and nothing like of the energy going through the model on that. And I really like to show that, to highlight this like structuring of the food web during like those like stress periods. So, and then I grab like a bunch of like different like years in here. So another one that I was like showing to the stakeholders was like the Keystoniness Index, which I really like to show, like point out this, and it's like something that's like what was brought to me like by the phytoplankton people during the marine heat waves. You see like the abundance, and like also like one of the things that unfortunately I could not model on this is like the resurgence of like worm species, like so smaller copepods, like but like characterized by occupying like warmer environments. So we could, why we couldn't like put that into like the food web, like to see like this more like this bottom up effects of marine heat waves, is just because like the time series didn't allow that, because or otherwise if I had money and resources and people, we could reanalyze like the legacy like samples, but unfortunately we could not. But I hear you have like kind of like the zooplankton is just like going bump up into like the keystoniness. And my last one that I really like to show is like this niche overlap, while my time is almost over. So you have like this shift into the predator overlap. So yeah, I don't know why I didn't put like the years, but sorry. The bottom one is like a marine heat wave and the top one is non-marine heat wave. So, okay, I think I got flustered, but just not yet, not yet. I have like, this is like the collaboration to everybody that gave money, but also I want to put in mind, this is all the people that work in the model before me. And I always like to put this slide up because they've been like working, I don't know how many years, 35 years. So it's like, no, not 35 years. Sorry, I'm bad at math. But yeah, thank you for everybody that like came before. Takes a village to raise those models. Thank you. That was didn't even time. Yeah, my dad. So
Thank you so much. I'm really curious about what the responses from your stakeholders have been, how they kind of interpret these results.
oh my gosh. So one of the things, like the first part of this project was like actually doing simulations and with like simulated marine heat waves, which some people are like, huh, how they're doing that? I was like, okay, it's just like to see how the food web behaves. But it's just like was so hard to grasp. And those graphs are like, which is being like in Ecopath forever, they're so easier to grasp for them. And everybody like actually had questions for like when I start presenting those like for the first time on my presentations, from then like engagement. So that's like really nice to keep simple and like to see like tapping on the resources that we already have. It's really cool to see all those squiggly lines, but they are hard to interpret.
Thank you. I have a quick question. I didn't understand why you detrend your temperature time series.
So the thing that I was like doing to do that is because like in the Gulf of Alaska, you have like those crazy seasonal pulses, and that was like very noisy. So I detrended like, so we had like this more clear function than having like those crazy seasonal. I don't know if it's like right or not, but it's like for me made more sense.
So you're running it in yearly time steps or monthly time steps?
Those are monthly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like monthly average because of EcoSim.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much. So lunch break. Yes.
Just to remind you all, that hello. Just to remind you all that you should all please pick up your t-shirts and bags and mugs, because and stickers, because they're free for you. So please do pick them up. Otherwise, somehow Jeroen is going to have to take them back with him on the airplane to Spain. So lunch is until 2:00. Yeah, we'll see you back at 2. 2? Yes. And we have all the talks, right? Yeah, but you have it. It's not my problem. Please have them.
Se hace todo el recording, no lo guardamos aquí. Lo que dejó en el pendrive de ISIS, creo que guardo el de ayer. Entonces, si entra, pues puedo poner el de hoy y así por lo menos tenemos un pendrive con recordings.
De otra manera no quisimos pausar eso porque
Obviamente va a ser cosa de editing después, pero bueno, si es 8 horas o una, podemos probar. No sé por qué se quitó. Será que
He doesn't like you any less, though.
Yeah,
so.
that's okay.
Don't like you anymore.
And now how do you get clothes? Right from the side. I have, every day is a school day, Billy. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, so we are continuing on with session 4, but before that, I think Kim wants to say something about the voting again. And then I'm going to just say that after Kim's finished, then Akin is going to take over with the timekeeping. So he will be your chaser.
Yeah, I'll be real quick to everybody. Please vote. I think I have 6 responses on, you can vote more than once because you're going to forget yesterday's presentation, right? So just vote and then rank if you like a new one better. For those that are in the organization and in the Drive folder, log out of your Drive before you vote because you can't submit the form if you're logged in. And don't change what is your name into your name, Jeroen, because I had to change. Because yeah, I had to change that back. So that's because you have access to the folder. So you just log out of your Drive and then you become a respondent rather than a creator. Go ahead, Marta.
Yeah, but in the end, the list, the ones that are on there that had a sticky sign next to it are in fact the ones that submitted as saying that they are students. So if, I'll say this, if you, when you submitted your abstract said you are a student presenter, then your name will have a little sign next to it. If you are a student and you didn't say so, then tell us, I'm a student, you should vote for me as well.
But
Then you can vote for a poster or an oral.
yes.
For both or only one?
Both, yeah, and you can vote more than once. I'll figure it out on the back end who won. But definitely, it's all the same QR code, so it doesn't matter where you scan it. When you'll get a form and you select whether the presentation was poster or oral. But yeah, if it's handy for everybody to get that list back up, maybe I can ask the volunteer helpers to just put like one list of all the presentations that had the little hat just on one list so people can kind of see again. And on the posters, it's just where the QR code is next to a poster, that poster is participating. All right, thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We continue session 4, and our first talk is by Andy Whitehouse about projecting food web dynamics and fishery resources of the Eastern Bering Sea. So, Andy, the floor is yours. Uh-oh. Hey, hi, I'm Andy Whitehouse. I'm at the Cooperative Institute for Climate, Ocean, and Ecosystem Studies at the University of Washington, and I'm also an affiliate at okay. And I'm also an affiliate at the NOAA Alaska Fishery Science Center in Seattle. So I'm going to be talking to you about our work, some ongoing work to develop climate-enhanced food web projections of the Eastern Bering Sea to examine the impacts of climate change on fish, fisheries, and the ecosystem. Okay, so our study system, the Eastern Bering Sea, the area that we're primarily concerned with here is filled in with those shaded lines there in the Eastern Bering Sea. This area is a broad and flat continental shelf. It's pretty shallow with most depths less than 200 meters. And a key environmental feature of this region is that historically it's been seasonally covered by sea ice during winter, but then in the spring, when that ice melts and it retreats northward, it leaves behind a remnant pool of cold bottom water that covers a large portion of the shelf, which is really important for depicting species distributions and community composition. And this ecosystem is really productive. There are a number of important subsistence fisheries and subsistence harvests and several commercial fisheries. The Regional Fishery Management Council that oversees those commercial fisheries, they do their management with an ecosystem approach, and a sort of a central tenet of that approach is the use of an overall ecosystem cap on total groundfish removals. So they have a limit of 2 million metric tons for the 20 species that are federally managed by the council. So in practice, what this means is that each year when they set their quotas for the next year, the sum of those quotas has to be less than that total of 2 million tons. So the footprints of climate change are becoming more visible in the Bering Sea. This is a map of the mean bottom temperature over 1982 to 2022 as measured during the summer bottom trawl survey. That cold pool area that I mentioned before is measured as waters less than 2 degrees Celsius, sort of those darker purple colors across the middle of the shelf. In cooler years, that sort of tongue of cold water can extend all the way down to the Alaska Peninsula. But more recently, in some particularly warm years during marine heat waves in 2015, 16, and then again in 2018 and 2019, that cold pool was vanishingly small. In fact, in 2018, it was almost entirely non-existent on the shelf. And this is, I just want to add that this is a really important feature, obviously, because not only it sets up primary and secondary production, but it's also really important for the recruitment of commercially important species, in addition to species distribution and community composition. So our objectives for this work were to develop these climate-enhanced projections of the food web through the end of the century, to investigate those impacts on marine resources, but we wanted to do this in a framework where we could also evaluate some fishery management strategies. And of course, the subject of my talk will be on our Ecopath with EcoSim modeling, but this is part of a larger modeling effort, the Alaska Climate Integrated Modeling Project. There's a whole suite of biological models used in this framework. And basically how this works is that we have outputs from multiple Earth system models run under different SSP climate scenarios that are downscaled for our regional oceanographic and biogeochemical model, and then outputs from that biogeochemical model are used as climate inputs in our biological models. So specifically for our model, it's primarily the shelf, but we also include a narrow swath of the upper continental slope down to about 1,200 meters depth. There's 72 biological groups, including a number of species that are protected by federal legislation, particularly marine mammals and seabirds. And then additionally, all of those 20 groundfish species that I mentioned earlier that are managed under that ecosystem cap, they're all included as single species in the model. And this model was developed using RPath, which is an R implementation of the Ecopath with EcoSim algorithms. And if you're interested in learning more about that, you can check out the NOAA GitHub repository or Sean's paper from 2020. So for the climate drivers that are going into our RPath model, that come from the ROMS NPZ. As I mentioned before, we have 3 Earth system models that we're using to drive these simulations. From the CMIP6 suite, run under 2 different climate scenarios, SSP 126, sort of a lower emission scenario, and then SSP 585, higher emissions. If you want to know more about that particular part of the module, because I'm not going to talk about it, these 4 papers here from Kelly Carney, Al Herman, Wei Chang, and Darren Pilcher really describe that whole downscaling process and operation of the ROMS NPZ. So for our RPath model, we used biomass for phytoplankton and zooplankton. And additionally, we take bottom temperature, which we use to force groundfish bioenergetics. And so how we do that with groundfish bioenergetics, we use this method that was developed by Maggie Heineken in her paper in 2022, where there's sort of 2 avenues that we're forcing groundfish bioenergetics. The first is consumption. So for each of our managed species, we develop these Kitchell curves, which you can see here describes sort of relative consumption at different temperatures. So as temperature increases, that consumption can increase until you get to an optimum temperature where consumption is maximized, and then at greater temperatures that consumption drops off. And this is used, this curve is used as the multiplier to modify the effective predator biomass in the consumption equations in EcoSim. And then similarly for respiration, we developed modified Arrhenius curves for each of our managed groundfish species. And this curve is also used as a multiplier, but in this case, it modifies the consumption that's lost to respiratory costs. For the fisheries that are included in the model during the the historical period prior to 2021 and earlier, we use the observed catch as is recorded in our regional catch accounting system. And then starting in 2022, we make dynamic predictions of catch during the projections with a fisheries submodel. And this submodel makes those projections of catch each year in consideration of that 2 million metric ton cap and for all 20 of those managed groundfish species. And that's the repo for that catch function, by the way. So how does this work each year in the simulation? So we have this feedback loop where each year at the end of the year, we get the status of the stock. So that's essentially the biomass in the previous step. However, we don't want to assume that we know that information perfectly. So we included this observation error model that also includes autocorrelation. So now it's just what was the value in the previous time step plus this error. And then we take that stock status, and then we put it into our different fisheries management policies. And for ACLIME, we developed 3 different harvest control rules that we're testing out. These were developed through a series of workshops involving stakeholders and decision makers. And Ann Holloway's recent paper and ICES sort of documents that whole process of how they ultimately arrived at these different harvest control rules. The first one at the top, the status quo rule. One thing to know about these rules is they're all sloping harvest control rules. So they have a target biomass, in this case, be 40 or 40% of unfished biomass. And they also have a target exploitation rate, or F. So if your biomass is at your target biomass or higher, then you can fish at your target F. If you're somewhere below that, then you're on that sloping part of the control rule, and your exploitation is adjusted down accordingly. And if you're below the limit biomass, in this case, B20, then your exploitation rate is 0. So that mimics our status quo, or actual rule that's in place now in the fishery. These next 2 were sort of developed in the process. They're experimental. The second one has a higher biomass cutoff at B25 and a steeper slope if a stock is on recovery. And the third rule has a higher target biomass at B50. So both the second and the third are slightly more conservative than the original. And I just want to note, this could be a whole topic in and of itself. I mentioned all these reference points. We actually solve for those reference points within the model framework, as opposed to like taking them from like a single species stock assessment or something like that. So out of our harvest control rules, we get our acceptable biological catches for our set of managed species, and then we put those into our fisheries submodel, which then says, okay, given this set of ABCs for these 20 stocks, this is how the council would then allocate quota for the next year. And then given that allocation of quota, this is what your realized catch would be. Okay, okay. And so then we do this every year during the simulation. Okay, so some quick results. So walleye pollock is the largest fishery in Alaska. The catch of walleye pollock routinely accounts for more than 50% of that total 2 million ton cap. These projections are biomass in the top row, catch in the bottom row, biomass in the top row, low emissions on the left and higher emissions on the right, and they're color coded by those harvest control rules. That dashed line, that represents that cutoff biomass. So when biomass drops below that, catch goes to 0. We don't see a lot of distinction for this species between the different harvest control rules. And I just want to note that those biomass projections that you see there, those squiggly lines, that's not like that's the perceived biomass. So that's the biomass with that observation error going into that management loop. For Pacific cod, another an apex predator, a large gatted in the system, we could start to see a little more distinction in these lines with slightly higher biomass with that higher biomass control rule, but lower catches with that rule. And then I just want to note for cod and pollock, the Bering Sea is sort of at the northern margins of their distribution and the colder end of their thermal spectrum, so we wouldn't necessarily expect them to be doomed at the end of the century. But for other species who have a much colder thermal envelope, like Alaska plaice, which is more of a cold pool species, we can definitely see distinctions between these emission scenarios with the lower biomass and catch at the end of the century under 585. And then lastly, I just want to note that the change in living group biomasses that we saw in all these projections was really dependent upon Earth system model. So here I've broken out all the projections by Earth system model and the emissions scenario. And this is the percent change in biomass for all of our living groups between 2010 or the 2010s and the 2090s. And the thing that I want you to note is that if we had only used one Earth system model, we might have a very different opinion of what the future outlook would be for this ecosystem. So for example, if we only use GFDL, we might think, oh boy, we're in for trouble. Whereas with ESM, we might think, wow, we're okay. It was really important to have multiple Earth system models. And then I know I'm out of time. So the other thing I want to note is that in addition to, we had those 3 Earth system models, but we only have one realization of those Earth system models. And going forward, I know the Earth system modeling community has been creating these single model ensembles. They call them SMILES, I believe, which would be a really good way to help try to capture that uncertainty more in the future. And then lastly, we're only using, it was good to have more than one Earth system model, but we only have one biogeochemical model that we're using right now. And in the future, it would be great to have more than one. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Andy. We have 4 questions.
Thank you so much, Andy. I'm sure we'll talk lots, but so that early on you showed the plot of the cold pool area, and so this is basically, those temperature dynamics are clearly very spatially explicit, but in RPath that's not a spatial model.
No.
How are you bringing like connecting those temperature effects without having an eco space model?
Yes, so the outputs from the ROMs NPZ are averaged over our model area, basically. So they're not spatially explicit, the temperature time series that we're using.
But for the fish, you were, are you, sorry. I think, because we talked about this, for the fish, you are looking specifically at their habitat and the thermal projections.
Yeah, so for those Kitchell curves, we had to develop them for each species, but a Kitchell curve only goes from 0 to 1. And if you want consumption to increase above 1, we had to basically scale those curves to the implicit temperature of the base model configuration. So for each species, we figured out what the temperature was during that time period, which would have been the early 90s. And then those curves were shifted accordingly to that.
So it does account for sort of different habitat for each.
It did for the bioenergetics. Yeah. And yeah.
Does that make sense?
But not, yeah, sorry.
Great talk. I'm just curious, how did you incorporate this EWE to the current quota setting? Do you guys have any experience with that?
So
the current quota setting, this is because you are simulated climate change. And have you guys incorporate this ecosystem model to current quota setting? Fish recatch.
Yeah, so I think your question is, do we use this model in setting the quota?
Yes.
For the fishery? No, this model is not yet used for that. This is still, the council has been involved with this project from the very beginning in terms of helping shape it, in terms of the scenarios and the things that we were doing. So if anything, to this point in time, they're maybe more socialized to this information, but it's not yet reached a point where they're like, using it in actual quota setting.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, this is just on time. Okay, and higher. So, okay. Thank you. Our second talk is by Jesse van der Grient on exploring the effects of historical and future environmental change and fishing on the Falkland Islands marine ecosystem. Jesse, floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Before I start, I just want to give not break the microphone. Okay, so I want to give a massive shout out to my co-authors listed here because they have been really putting up with me with all my annoying questions and still providing a lot of support. But before we begin, maybe it's helpful to say where the Falkland Islands are. It's an island archipelago in the Southwest Atlantic. It's a cold-temperate environment located on the eastern side of the Patagonian shelf. We see here a wasp waste or middle out kind of food web. So that means that small mobile zooplanktophores are really dominating the kind of behaviors in this food web. And there's several species proposed, so we actually don't know for sure which ones are these kind of like key components, but there's several fishes proposed, like southern blue whiting, Patagonian rock cod, Falkland herring. But there's also a squid, the Patagonian squid, and surprisingly 2 crustaceans, a lobster krill, and an amphipod called Mr. Gowdy Chowdy. It sounds a little bit overwhelming, but we're going to come back to them. Furthermore, it's an island that has globally significant breeding populations of large vertebrates, including the largest breeding population of the southern rockhopper penguin, the largest population of black-brown albatross, as well as fur seals on the right. That's not a fur seal, that's a sea lion. But we also have lots of other things there. So loads of different penguin species. We see an increase in our seals. And lastly, for an economic side, the islands are very dependent on their marine environment. So they are an overseas territory from the United Kingdom, but they have self-sufficiency in most areas thanks to their fisheries. So 70% of their GDP is dependent on the fisheries. And this fisheries is very unusual because it's actually squid dominated. There's not that, like in absolute terms, a lot of squid catch. But if you ever gone to Spain and ate calamares, there's a 50% chance that that actually came from the Falkland Islands. So it is very important for them to maintain a healthy environment. But there have been quite a lot of changes. So besides the squid fisheries, there's also finfish fisheries. So here in the graph, I'm showing you how we've seen some changes already in the last couple of decades in our finfish fishery. So the southern blue whiting, remember that the potential wasp-waste species has been seeing decline over the last couple of decades. In 2006, this was replaced by Patagonian rock cod, which I decided to start fishing. And you can see it's a boom-bust kind of fishing. This was also one of the proposed wasp-waste species. Recently, we start to see more and more hake in this area to such an extent that actually one of the fishing licenses has now changed rather from finfish complex to actual hake. We see a recovery of loads of like large populations from that are recovering from whaling and sealing, and this may actually lead to more interactions with fisheries. So since 2017, there's been a 500% increase in seal bycatch and seal fishery interactions. The Falkland Islands really wants to move towards an ecosystem-based fisheries management system. We've held several workshops, and earlier this year, we actually sat down with the fisheries and industry, and we realized a lot of the components are already there. The wish is there, but the kind of way forward is not very clear. And there was definitely earlier on statements that they really are interested in ecosystem models, but they find it a little bit hard to grasp what it is. So this model is more also working towards like demonstrating what is possible. And then before I forget, there's a lot of interest in the Falkland Islands to learn this kind of modeling. So maybe we can start having more training components in South America as well. Our model is based on an average from 2001-2005. This is because we wanted to try to calibrate it. I'm already going to dampen your expectations. That's still ongoing. We're having a little bit of trouble with data quality and data limitation. So I'm afraid I can't actually show the historical effects, even though the title promised it. We've got 37 different species groups. We are splitting out commercially important species as well as those wasp-waste species that we think are very important. So we're going to show a little bit more about that. I've got our fisheries represented in 5 different fleets. The finfish, the squid, the loligo, that's the Dorotutus or the Patagonian squid. This is the second largest fisheries that we have here. The Elex or Argentine squid is the largest fisheries we have here. And then we have 2 smaller fleets in as well. So I just want to mention a couple of things from the Ecopath model. I'm mentioning the link density and the connectance because of a lot of papers are coming out from south of the Falkland Islands on the Birdwood Bank. It's 200 kilometers. It's actually the southern part. It's part of the southern part of the Falkland Islands. And we see a lot of changes in this environment, kind of highlighting the heterogeneity, which we maybe start need to incorporate a lot more. But I'm mentioning a lot of the other components as well, because this will also help us think about this like wasp-waste dynamic. So in terms for the importance of forage species that we're seeing, in green I'm highlighting the ones that have support for being an important forage species. We see the lobster krill, which was one of the ones that we had, but also krill. So maybe we need to start thinking a lot more about krill in this environment. In orange, I have some maybes, and again, we see a lot of species here that are that we thought might be potentially wasp-based species. So again, it's bringing in that support for this wasp-based species. My favorite is the Myctophids. I'm a deep sea biologist by training, so I'm really glad to see some representation here. But surprisingly, not the sun and blue whiting, which was a candidate species, which is declining, but it might actually not have that much of an impact on the food web, and maybe therefore also not causing environmental change, although that's food web changes, but we're still investigating that. For keystoners, I was a bit surprised to see some larger vertebrates coming up. The pinnipeds are especially interested to me because of this seal bycatch interaction increase. But we also start to see in the orange, I have the top 6 to 10. We also start to see again these wasp-based species coming in, and then below I have some species that have that are really important, to take up a lot of the primary productivity, so really important in funneling that energy up. So this is helping us to understand kind of the dynamics in a way that we haven't been able to capture yet in the Falkland Islands. It can help maybe start pointing towards certain management opportunities in the future. While I can't show you any of the historical fits, I do want to show you what we're thinking about maybe potential future fits. So, but besides the modeling work, I've also run some physiological experiments where we were very interested in the effects of squid development in response to temperature changes. So on the left, I have a graph. This is respiration rate, or an energy use metric, against temperature. And the two different colors actually represented two different spawning cohorts that we have here. So we have an autumn cohort, spawning cohort. The eggs need to survive the winter, and then we have a spring spawning cohort where the eggs need to survive the spring, early summer. And we can see from the shift in the lines, they have a similar response type, but the autumn cohort is a little bit more sensitive towards temperature. So I've been looking at the NOAA climate change web portal for the CMIP6 kind of productions for the Patagonian shelf, seeing that the seeing that the Falklands is part of that, as well as looking at specific predictions around the Falkland Islands. And I've been looking at different RCP scenarios for the near future. This is chosen more to be an operational, just to demonstrate to the Falkland Islands government and industry what is possible. And I've been kind of extracted kind of a yearly change and specific seasonal changes that match the egg development times of the squid, given that this is a more sensitive time period for them. So kind of demonstrating some of the results. This is just focusing on the squid, where the squid were actually forced with the temperature changes, combining that respiration response and the temperature changes, and driving their search rates with the idea that if the respiration rate goes up, they need more energy, so they might be searching for more food. And this is kind of like the results here are just therefore responses to just those changes. So what we're seeing here is the relative change in biomass compared to baseline when they were not forced with any climate change scenarios. ASC, autumn spawning cohorts, is one of the squids, and next to it, the other squid. And you can see that obviously the squid are increasing in biomass. The different colors represent the different RCP scenarios. Given that this is a short time frame, it's not a surprise that these outcomes are not very different. But what is interesting to me is when the symbols represent the different kind of scenarios. So whether it was a seasonal specific one on the ASC and the SSC one, or like the yearly specific one. So if it was yearly, it was kind of similar for both cohorts. But if it was the seasonal one, it was each had their own specific forcing. And we can see that actually that more often increased kind of uncertainty rather than actually led to better fits. I'm saying here that the common in the Southern Hague, yes, they increase in biomass, but probably not so much, because we've already seen way more increase than we've seen in the actual values that we've seen in the actual biomass estimates that we have now compared to what this model is doing. So it's probably not going to help these kind of fish a lot in terms of increasing their population biomass. And given that we think that the Patagonian squid is a wasp-based species, we thought it would be quite influential on zooplankton, but we see no responses in there. So this top-down force from them might not be either properly modeled or not as there. In terms for the I just picked up a few conservation points because we have Falkland Conservation was very interested in some of these results. And they're like, we see some interest in we see some responses from the pinnipeds that might be increasing. We see different responses in penguins. So it's just more of a way forward where we can move and talk to both government, industry, but maybe also the conservation part of the Falkland Islands and bring in ecosystem-based fisheries management and maybe ecosystem-based management, where we have all of these different objectives and all of these different components changing in the future. Now, the problem is we first need to get this model calibrated to have a little bit more certainty in it. So I'm really looking forward to the boot camp session. And where we have a lot of other wishes that we want to do, not just look at temperature change, but also at and oceanographic variables like current strength. But that's just a work in progress. It's just me. So if anyone wants to come and work with me, that would be really great. And on that note, I just want to thank everyone, but I just want to give a specific shout out to Jeroen because he has, put up with loads of annoying questions of me and he's still not done with me. So thank you very much.
Hi, cool talk. I have two questions really. Like, which fishing fleets are fishing in this area and how are they defined in your model? And where is the bycatch with the pinnipeds happening?
Yes, so we have I've formed them as 5 different fleets. I have a finfish fleet that fishes different kind of finfish. I've got the Loligo fleet, which is the Patagonian squid specific. I've got the Ilex fleet, which is the Argentine squid specifically, a toothfish longliner, and the excuse me, skates. So we've got data from them, from the Falkland Islands government. The fisheries department is reporting on catches all the time, including bycatch data where we can get some of the seal bycatch interactions. I will admit that in my model, I didn't actually include it very much because my model was initialized for a much earlier period where we didn't actually see any seal bycatch. But basically we went from like maybe 1 or 2 catches a year, maybe mortality to, suddenly hundreds in 2017. So there's been a big change and questions about why that is. And I will admit there's already asked to make a model like that that can explore that a lot more, but I need some advice on that.
Questions? No, I have a question. So you said that this is a thank you. So you said this is a wasp waste control system, and if I catch it correctly, the wasp waste species that's exerting this control is changing over time, right? It's not just a squids.
And
But there
so
was
there's this idea that it is wasp waste system, and it's like slowly building up support that there is several mobile zooplankton forest species that are really dominating the system behaviors. But we have several species that are proposed. So, you have several fish, several one squid, several crustaceans, but it's not clear who's actually really the driving force behind it, whether it is the squid or whether it is the lobster krill. So we're just trying to kind of define more which one it could be so that, we can actually start directing more research to it. So there's actually, I will say, we have a lot of researchers coming to the Falkland Islands, but we usually wave them out the next day on their way to South Georgia. So a lot of work has not been done. We should catch them. Yes. Yeah. So there's not been any dedicated studies done on lots of the zooplankton. We've been like one preliminary paper done. I'm the first one working on climate change resilience in the marine environment. We've had a few stuff done in terrestrial environments, but there's like very little work done. And then maybe this kind of model can also help direct where the research really needs to be, because some of these species are so influential. If we knew a little bit more about them, we could maybe anticipate certain responses better. That's the hope.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I will follow on from your question. Maybe it's not really a question. I was wondering about the wasp waste thing too, and I kind of feel like you're putting the cart before the horse, and I kind of feel like I wouldn't even mention wasp waste until it pops and hits me in the face. So I would try and just model what's going on in the system and just see what's there, and then if it turns out to be a wasp waste, fine. But yeah, I don't know who proposed it, but what did they propose it on? So maybe you should just let's not try to get the model to predict what we think, but actually just look at what the data is predicting for us. And then my question was about the hake. So you're saying that there's a hake fishery now, and there's
So yeah, hake has always been caught, but it's now, because there's so much hake now, that rather than having a finfish complex, there's actually a hake specific license.
Yeah. So it is actually that they're seeing more. There's actually more hake in the biomass, right?
Yeah. But why, we don't know. We don't know if this is because of environmental change or whether this is like predatory release. We just know it's increasing.
Yeah. That's
And
very interesting.
Yeah, some of those challenges also come because it's unsurprisingly not much information sharing between the Falklands and Argentina. And obviously a lot of the things migrate between our two waters. And that makes it a bit difficult as well sometimes to understand why things are happening.
Yeah. And then just one other thing, I would definitely speak to the people from CMIMS if you're here on Thursday, and from EMODNet and EMODNet, because they might even have data that you they might not be fisheries data, but biomass and those kind of things. Sorry, phytoplankton and those kind of things they might have. Yeah.
Thank you.
What's wrong?
You don't get extra time, huh?
Oh,
double. No how.
After the session. Yes. Okay. So, who is helping? Rashid Islam? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Our third talk is titled Using Spatial Temporal Modeling and the Novel Spatial Analysis Approach to Understand Ecosystem Trends in the Israeli Exclusive Economic Zone. So, Eyal, the floor is yours.
So the pointer. So good day, everyone. This is a share for a presentation to Shid and me. Hopefully, we'll be able to entertain you in the next 15 minutes. So, yeah. So the Israeli Mediterranean region can be divided into three parts. The first part is this pointer working. Let's see the front. Yeah. The first part is the continental shelf. It's a shallow area starting from 0 to 200 meters. This area is under a lot of pressures. Beside the human pressure, there are also many invasive species coming from the Red Sea, fishing activity, and on top of that, also climate change. Because of all these pressures and what is going on, and it's important to Israel, this area is also very modeled. Javier, that's sitting on the back there, built a wonderful model of the area that we are using. So it's explored. The second area is the shelf, is the slope, actually, we call it. And in the slope, starting from 200 meters until 1,000 meters. And the third area is, we call it the deep sea. It's actually the material plan. And in this area, about 2 decades ago, they started to drill for gas and oil and started to affect the ecosystem. And as a result, one of our NGO came up with some weird idea to plan and to establish MPAs in the deep sea before we destroy the ecosystem. And we were lucky enough to be part of those teams. There were actually a lot of groups that working there, and we used our models in part of the process to build and to run the scenario as part of the planning effort. In order to do so, we built a brand new ecospace model based on our database and expert and monitoring program. And in the ecospace, we divided the groups into invasive and non-invasive and deep sea groups and not deep sea groups. And then we ran the model and got the result of the ecospace. And I think David was talking about how to validate an ecospace model. It was, well, we deal with it as well. We choose eventually to validate by expert opinion. wasn't straightforward. We had to move back and on until we managed to pass those experts, said, okay, we're happy with the result. That fits our best knowledge. And eventually we got a distribution map relevant to 2022. Once we got there and we were happy about the result, we said, okay, let's carry on and let's check climate change scenario. And so we choose an 8.5 climate change scenario because we wanted to see how is the ecosystem reacting to some extreme condition. But you need to take into account while the temperature in the upper layer is moving higher, in the bottom, it's not that extreme. We divided the temperature into three layers, between 0 to 150, 150 to the bottom, and the bottom layer. Anyway, we run the model, and we got a lot of results, and we didn't beginning know what to do with it, so we play with it. We asked a little bit, did a little math. We took the first year, the last year, average several years, divided by the first years, and get something that emphasizes the changes in the ecosystem. And from that, we learned there is interesting thing that will go in the ecosystem, that the native fish that are sensitive to temperature will move into a deeper water. And it was very exciting because parallel to us, a group from Tel Aviv University with independent, with no connection to us, find out that this movement are already started. So they are already starting to see native species moving to deeper water, and we suspect that this trend will continue. And also the deep water sea also moving into a deeper, so we're very happy about the results. And once we get to detail, we understand it's not all the species reacting the same. For instance, the mullet, which is a cold fish, which in Israel it's in the limit of the temperature phase. Probably when the temperature will rise, it will vanish. On the other end, the goldfish is an invasive species. It is very happy about the condition as the biomass will increase. And hake find an interesting strategy is going deep. So he's maintaining his biomass, but he's going to deeper water. So we collected all this information and we submitted to the planner in this program, and eventually they created a master plan of MPAs in the deep water. But that's nice, but it's not enough, because we run only 3 or 4 scenarios, and that's great in order to analyze, to understand what is going on in the ecosystem. But once the plan will be on the decision maker table, they will have a lot of questions. For instance, one trivial questions for any management said, okay, that's a nice plant. What is your priority? Who do I close first? In order to answer this question, you need to run a lot of scenarios. This is one very, very trivial question, simple and trivial. And we need to be prepared for those questions. So that means we need to run a lot of other scenarios. And analyzing those scenarios, so it takes time. Every scenario generated 2 giga, yes. And one of the Ecoscope meeting, I was showing to Shid my dilemma. I said, I might have a solution for you. So Shid, the floor is yours.
So I think I can project to the end of the room. Okay, people on. Okay. I can project. So what happened is, yeah, as Al said, like in one of these Ecoscope meetings, he showed me these things, and I'm like, that's wonderful, but how do I make sense of it? Because for the Ecoscope project, I kind of begin once the modelers are done. They've run their simulations, and then it gets ingested in my process, which I won't get into. But this is how it gets pulled in. You have all your different scenarios with your different species and time steps. What I do is I convert these ASCII files into polygons. So, and then while you get polygons, you can also find the center of mass, find the center of the polygon itself. That's a picture of a database, but this is typically what you get at the end of an eco space model. It's pretty to look at, but when you get a whole bunch of them, it's very difficult to actually know what is going on.
we can say, you saw what happened there, but nothing happened. So that's why when we convert to polygons, what's nice with the geometry is that you can actually observe change in geometry. You can actually vectorize that information and explain the vectors. You can explain, let's say, the center of mass of the total biomass. Is that moving over time? The center of mass of the polygon, is that moving over the time? Are there differences between the two? Is the center of the geometry moving over time? And the other benefit is that this is one scenario, I think 100 time steps. It's very difficult to see what's going on there. That's the same information except 3 species, and you see them all overlapped on top of each other. If you can see the very thin lines, you can actually see those are the older time steps. So you can actually observe a lot more information. You can at least visualize it when you have polygons. Along with polygons, we also can get the biomasses over time that are collected within the polygons. You can show them on the map as to how things are moving around. You can move them together and you can actually say, well, in this particular scenario, the horse mackerel is moving east, the deep sea fish, deep sea fish is moving east, horse mackerel is moving another direction. We can talk about directionality along with masses. Like I'm an engineer, so I like vectors. So and then you can actually start comparing the vectors between them. You can actually start saying, hey, the large pelagic fish are in synchronicity with the sharks. This is actually not only all the species, but also 3 scenarios. So by compressing and projecting that information in terms of polygons and its attributes, we can use a lot more kind of analytics to be able to talk about things. You can also look at log of species density. Yeah. I'm not the ecologist. I'm just someone who likes playing with the data. But actually, hopefully, if we have time, yeah. So there's work in progress. There's still lots of things going on. We're not even going to talk about it. I'm more interested, actually, instead of question and answers, of getting your ideas of like, what are things you would be interested in looking at? Al, any finishing thoughts?
Just one.
Yeah, sorry.
I forget something. If someone is interested about the plan or what we did, there is the book that describe all the work about the planning process, and now we implement the models and other model, Markson and everything else. So the book will be on the table. You can read it. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
We have time for questions.
Okay.
Any questions?
Nobody has a question.
Yeah, I have one, but a few.
How do you think your center of gravity statistics compare to what what I've forgotten her name? Masala's done. Is it the same thing?
It's potentially the same, but now what I actually get is when I start making the polygons, for certain species, you'll actually get 2 separate polygons. And so then you can actually describe the center of mass of each of them because they're not necessarily all behaving the same. Maybe one group of hake likes going into someplace else while the other group is going somewhere else. We can actually describe them numerically then and say that, hey, this group, the southern group is doing one thing, the northern group is doing something else. But in another scenario, they're both doing the same thing. You can actually then do that comparison because animations are fun, but it's not easy to pull knowledge from them.
Question for me. Of course, I've been seeing this from the sidelines, but how much work would it be to bring this into Ecospace? I think there's diagnostic power into having this kind of information besides the map.
Sure. If you have a C++, C# programmer who can, my code is very simple to look at. You can port it over, no problem. It belongs to the project, so
yes.
It's for everyone to use. If anyone's interested, get in touch with me, or Jeroen can get you in touch with me. How about that? Bother him first. Bother him more.
Any other questions? So I have one. Technically, it's really interesting, but I would like to talk about the ecological aspect. So there will be MPAs suggested by this NGO before damaging the habitat with these platforms, right? This you mentioned all platforms. So will these MPAs suffice to mitigate or at least compensate the damage that will be done because the region is already under the impact of this alien species, Lesepsin species? What do you think?
Two different areas. The alien species are mainly on the continental shelf, in the shallow area, while most of the drilling is the deep sea. So yes, the MPA wasn't applied and put there, the purpose is that there won't be any drilling over there. So it will reduce the harm to the ecosystem. Absolutely.
Thank you. We have time for more questions if you have any. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
So the next talk is by Ronaldo Angelini on the effects of climate change and fishing pressure on a tropical marine food web. Ronaldo.
Hello, everybody. I will talk about the two impacts on a tropical marine food web, climate change and fish pressure. And okay. And this marine food web, this tropical marine food web is in the Brazilian northeast. Is basically our continental shelf in the northwest of the Brazil. Our model has 55 groups and 11 fish species specifically, and more 25 fish groups. We made this model for the year 2014 because in 2014, 2015, Abraços project made a good sample to estimate fish biomass. So the model is the ecosystem is mature, grazing-based system, high biomass, especially for macroalgae and seagrass. The fin cycline index is high, it's more than 20, and the top predators are shark and the Scomberomoros. The catch is on 20 groups. These are estimate just for 1 year for small scale fishery, and the trophic level of catch is 3.5. So these are the impact matrix. We can see the primary productions. The primary products has a positive impact on the others compartments. And the keystones groups are shark, sculpeiformes, manatee, and the other groups also. We have 28 scenarios in Ecosyn. We have this high number of scenarios because we have no time series to calibrate the model. So we made this approach. We use 4 vulnerability metrics. One metric is all the numbers are equal 1, means a bottom-up trophic control, and the other mixed control, and equal 7 top-down control, and vulnerability values based on trophic level. So for each vulnerability value metrics, we did this impact is fishing effort or temperature. Using the forcing function in Ecosyn, we increase the fishing effort by 10% or 30%, or decrease 10 or 30%. And we use three RCP scenarios from IPCC, and we have the thermal niche for, we get the data in Aquamaps. And for this, we use the environmental response in Ecosyn. We analyzed it, we simulated this model 100 by scenario for Monte Carlo simulations, and we consider the trends analysis that simulation. So we consider that the species, the change is neutral if 90 confidence intervals biomass change is equal 1, the relative biomass. If the positive, if the 90 confidence interval biomass change is higher than 1, or negative if it is lower than 1. And we simulate until 2100. So we in the top the impact is climate. So we see that when we have a bottom-up control, we have no changes in biomass. And in mixed control, some species are have a negative trends. These are just the target species, just the commercial ones. So in the fishing effort scenarios, we have the opposite, the vulnerability values, the equal 1, bottom-up control. The worst scenario increasing 30% of fishing effort is negative temporal trends. And for our surprise, in top-down control or vulnerability based on trophic levels, we have no changes in this case. And however, the biomass for the fishing effort scenario didn't change because these all the lines here are overlapping. We calculated the 14 ecological indicators, and we calculated the trends for them. For bottom-up control, we saw the mean weight of fish and catch. The other one didn't change. For mixing trophic control, the mean weight of fish and catch also, and the Eocene species biomass and invertebrates biomass. For top-down control, trophic control, we have the same one, and the mammals, birds, and reptiles biomass values. And for vulnerability trophic level, we have almost the same indicators that change. The other ones maybe I don't know, they are not sensible. So we saw that the increasing temperature efficient effort, particularly at the extreme values, impact the species and the extent. And these impacts are linked with smaller fish body size and lower catch. In general, trophic control was important, but not crucial to define temporal trends. And we are able, I think that we are able to point the risks of overexploration and climate change. I'd like to know that this kind of approach, we published last week a paper using this approach, the metrics value. Maybe it's a good thing if you have no temporal data, if you have no time series to calibrate your model. Just this. Thank you.
Questions? No, I can take.
Thank you. I was just wondering, for your scenarios, like the top down and bottom up, does that mean you applied those vulnerabilities across the whole thing? So reset everything to 1 or reset everything to 7?
Sorry?
So when you as you got your vulnerability multipliers, scenarios. I was just wondering how you applied them, whether you made everything bottom up in the matrix, in the vulnerability matrix.
Yeah, just if you want a bottom-up topic control, you just keep the matrix vulnerability value matrix equal 1. So this is a bottom-up scenario for you. And the problem of this approach is that if you have 4 vulnerability value matrices, we multiply your scenarios by 4. So because of this, we didn't a scenario change the temperature and the fishing effort. We separated because of this, because 28 scenarios is a big number. Yeah.
Thank you. I think you might be interested. I think there was a paper published by Jennifer Rehren. I don't know if I've said that right. I think Marta and Vili were co-authors. She did something similar where she had a system with very little data and looked at loads of different methods to estimate vulnerability multipliers, including the trophic level approach, I think. So it might be nice for comparison. Cheers.
And if you have someone have a idea what's happened here, I'm not in fact I didn't understand these results yet, because it is we are keeping the manuscripts. We need to discuss better this part of the manuscript, this output.
Any more questions? Okay, then thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Our next talk is by Igal Bernstein about the connections between droughts and fisheries in the Gulf of Mexico. So, Igal.
Hi, hello everyone. We'd like to thank the organizers for the lovely conference. And let's start. So I started before working on this project, I worked in the Gulf of Mexico, but I worked in the field of oil spills. I worked on the Deepwater Horizon, and as everybody can probably know, it had a huge impact, killed trillions of planktons and fish and crustaceans. And in my work, we even showed that the oil spill was larger than what the satellite detected, and then the impact is supposed to be even larger. And then when I came to work on the fisheries in the Gulf of Mexico, I looked at the time series, and I was expecting to see a huge effect of the Deepwater Horizon after 2010, but I don't know, I didn't see any great drop after the Deepwater Horizon, but I saw a different drop. I saw a drop at the late 1980s, both in biomass and in fisheries catches. And I was curious. So the drop was about 50%. And if you look at and one of the main contributor for the biomass and catches is the Gulf Menhaden. And we'll talk about it some more later. And also, if you look at the value of the fisheries, the drop was even more pronounced, about a drop in 2/3 of the value. So what happened? And if you look more closely on the different species and functional groups, you can see that the drop was systematic, nearly systematic throughout the entire taxonomic range. And that's if you compare the years 82 until 86 divided by 88 until 92. So there is a substantial drop in these years. So what happened? I searched for the cause. I looked for different oil spills, maybe hurricanes, maybe a disease. I couldn't find anything like that. But what I did find is a big drought that occurred in the continental United States. And especially it made the Mississippi River so dry that in 1988, they could do archaeological excavations and look for shipwrecks on the bottom of the Mississippi. The barges movement had to stop. They lost millions or billions of dollars because they couldn't transport the barges. So it was a major event. It is evident in the data of precipitation, of nitrogen input to the Gulf of Mexico, and in terms of the flow of the river to the Gulf. So there was a major drop. And so what may have happened is that the flow reduced the nutrient input, and that initiated a cascade bottom up. But also it can or could have worked in different ways through the early life history of estuary-dependent fish. But we wanted to basically examine it using the EWE framework. So Holden did a great job in presenting the model. So this is the EcoSim version of this model. Contains 78 functional groups, 12 commercial fishing fleets, and 4 recreational fishing fleets. And it includes the nutrient input forcing from the Mississippi River, and that is the main driver that we're going to manipulate here. So the model is described in a report and a paper that was recently published. So if you're interested in the nuts and bolts of the model, you're welcome to read these. So how do we connect the droughts to nutrient forcing? So we used a simple way. Just obviously there's a correlation, there's a linear relationship between the nutrient input to the Gulf and the drought index above the Mississippi River basin, meaning that when there is drought, there less water going in through the river, and then there is less nutrient input, so that's pretty obvious. But we also wanted to see what will happen in the future. And so to do that, we used the CMIP 5 model output. It's an ensemble of 20 different models. And we looked at extreme events. So here the purple dots represent actual PDSI values that were measured. And you can see that they fit pretty well the ensemble model prediction of the CMIP 5 drought prediction. And our last year of the model is 2016 is here. This is the last year. And from here on is a projection, okay? So what we were looking for is prolonged and severe drought, 5 years. And we marked these regions of 5 years of prolonged and severe drought by these 2 lines. So this is around 2050. It's not exactly, but this is between 2016 and 2050. And this is between 2050 and 2100. Okay, so we have 2 values that were marked as values for prolonged and severe drought. And these values are plugged in here. And then we can get the corresponding EWE input, EWE nutrient input for the model. And so what happens when we plug these in to the EWE model? we get this. So first of all, the x-axis here represent the fishing mortality relative to 2016, which is the final year of our model. So 2 means twice fishing mortality and 0.5 means half. And here, this is the period of the fisheries decline between 88 and 92. And we have 1.5 because this was the estimated fishing mortality relative to 2016. And we see that indeed, there is a reduction of about a half compared to the 2016 year. And this is obviously cumulative across all the assessed groups. And when we look at the projection for 2050 and 2100, we see a substantial reduction both in biomass and in catches to an extent of 39% and 28%. And this is only due to the reduction in nutrient input. We can also look at the correspondence between fishing mortality and Mississippi River nutrient input. So this is the fishing mortality of menhaden specifically. So this is menhaden, but these are the predators of menhaden. And we can see that when the nutrient input is high, then the biomass ratio compared to 2016 increases substantially. And then when we fish more, it has a much stronger effect. However, in the projections, we get a reduced biomass and reduced catches. And then from the get-go, we get a much smaller biomass. And also at that stage, our fishing mortality does not matter so much because the biomass is substantially reduced already. And to summarize, when we usually talk about the dangers in the Gulf of Mexico, we talk about dead zones and red tides, but these are mostly related to states where we have a high nutrient input. However, what we find here and what the data shows is that actually when there's very low nutrient input and prolonged low nutrient input due to droughts, we are actually in a much worse state. This is also supported by Kim's work and the guys that sit here, which also showed the similar effect. And to summarize, we find that historically, we find evidence that severe and prolonged drought in the US caused the declines in fisheries at the late 80s. We think that when we close the tap of nutrients for a long time, it has a strong effect on the marine ecosystem, and this is what we saw in the late 80s. We find that the EWE model both agrees with the historical data, but also projects severe declines in the 21st century, at the end of the 21st century. And we can discuss other factors like hypoxia, temperature, ocean acidification, but I think we have a little time. And lastly, it is important to know what are the exact mechanism, whether it acts through the early life stages, whether the fish die in the river because of habitat compression, etc. We don't know it yet, and it is important to check these things out. And with this, I want to thank you all for listening, and we'll be happy to take questions.
Yeah, and thanks, Yigal. It's awesome to see how this is progressing. I was wondering if you've looked at potential like the duration of droughts as well and how the system might respond to like severe dramatic droughts and compared to maybe longer, less droughts, or how important that duration might be.
That's a great question. And the answer is that when the drought is not prolonged, the system can balance itself through density-dependent processes. Other species go in, they compensate. So that happened during 2012. That was a severe drought, but it happened for only 1 year. And so the system recovered very quickly. But if you have prolonged droughts for prolonged durations, then you get the strong effect, and that's also related to short-lived species like menhaden that live for about 4 or 5 years. And if you have a drought for about 4 or 5 years, you have a big problem. So, yeah.
Any questions?
Thank you, Igor. Have you been able to look into the recent droughts, perhaps? Like last year, we've had very low river flow, and I was curious about people looking into the effects of that.
I haven't looked into it, but I'm very curious to look at it.
Great,
But if it happened last year, then we have to. If it was only last year, a
2
single
years
year
ago as well.
won't do a big difference. But a few years consecutive, that would make a big difference.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we need to move on. Just I have one quick comment. This year, 1988, was a strong ENSO event. There was so I don't know if you mentioned, maybe I missed that, but this teleconnections could be also important to look at.
Yeah,
for your study.
That's right. It had a big effect in many places in the world. That's right.
Okay, thank you very much. And our last talk is by Berenguer Husson. So the title is "Are We There Yet? Using Modeling in a Subarctic Fjord to Assess the Impact of Climate Change and Fisheries." So Berenguer.
So full disclosure, yesterday I took 12 minutes and I don't want to be late for the break, so I'm going to speak fast. Can I get the... Okay, I can't have a pointer over there for the... Okay, that's okay. Yeah, but for the online people, so that's okay. Yes, so I'm Béranger Husson. People here call me Ben and Jerry sometimes, but that's okay. I'm an ecosystem modeler at IMR in Norway, and I'm going to talk to you about one of the projects we're working on right now, which is the FACEIT project. It's an European project where they are working on the impact of climate change on Arctic fjords and the communities that are around them. And I'm going to talk about the Porsangerfjorden, which is this fjord over there, very north in Norway and opening on the Barents Sea. And thanks to Marcella, I don't have to tell you anything about the Barents Sea. And it's a fjord that is opening there in a deep, it's quite deep over there. And then it's getting shallower in the inner part. And it's also characterized here by, I don't know if I'm close enough to the mic, by an area that is covered by ice in the winter and that has like Arctic communities fish. It has been colonized by First Nations first, and Norwegian arrived pretty recently. So it's really like a community of like maybe 3,000 people, I'm not sure, but mainly First Nation people who are living on herding reindeer and fishing fish. It has a long story, especially very active these last few decades. This is coming only from local knowledge. We have no data from them. But what you can see here is the time series with the colors corresponding to the temperature and the fishing effort around a long time.
And what happened after the war is that with the warming conditions, the productivity became better. There was a lot of fish, so people started to fish a lot, not only local people who were buying a lot of smaller boats, but also non-local fishermen who were entering the fjord and fishing with more efficient gears. And it became very high pressure, even though the conditions were cooling, and so there was less food. And they were struggling so much to get the food or the fish that they started to have a smaller mesh size on their gears and started to fish on the spawning site. That didn't go well. The herring, the cod, saithe, and flounder, which were the main ones, the main traditional stocks, disappeared or like went down a lot. And everything crashed down really, really strongly. There was kind of in the social people call that the tipping point because there was a lot of stuff that were going down then in that area in the late 80s. One of the things is that it became so cold, and it's. I remember I told you earlier, it's opening on the Barents Sea. It became so cold that the Arctic species, so the harp seals, went down up to the coast of Norway to eat all the fish that was there because there was nothing left in the Barents Sea. And they got caught in the nets. So usually they would see 5,000 individuals. And that year, or I think it was 1987, they got 55,000 individuals. And of course, like they probably eat a lot of cod that was left. And around the same time, the government put individual vessel quotas that were bought mainly from the larger boats, and so the local fishermen had more struggle to access the quotas. And since then, we have little information on the fishing pressure and climate, but what we know is that the herbivorous echinoids took over. Of course, there's no predator anymore, which led to the overgrazing of kelp, Thelas time. And the invasive king crab that was put by the Russian a bit closer to the area started to invade the fjord, and that changed a lot the ecosystem. Torstein has made a paper on that exactly. And also herring was going a bit higher. So the commune of Porsanger has started to contact the scientists to make several projects to bring the Porsanger back to life. So they were co-constructing scenarios to rebuild the stocks of commercial fish. So this is the model that Torstein has made that I've been building on. And the question that we want to answer is for the FACEIT project, how does fisheries and climate change have impacted the ecosystem? So we can't go back that much further back, but at least for the last 10, 12 years. We wanted to test one of their co-constructed scenarios, which was the restoration of kelp forest to rebuild the commercial stock and hide the juvenile fish. And for us as an institute, we wanted to know if we were there in terms of modeling, using ecosystem models for coastal management. So I did, I transformed the Ecopath into, he had 4 Ecopath models or 5, I don't remember. And I mixed them together, did an EcoSim, and tried recently an EcoSpace. I used 11 time series for 3 types of forcing, the primary production biomass and the temperature that were the kind of the climate change scenarios. Those data are coming from the Norwaycom E2E. It's a ecosystem IBM model with mainly lower trophic levels. The fisheries were the tricky one because the fisheries, we don't have AES data for the smaller boats. So we don't know where they were. And most of the fishermen fishing inside the fjord are the smaller boats. So we had to estimate the landings from the pay slips, and they are not declared at the same scale of the fjord. So it's kind of a very unclear data. And we had 22 time series as reference. I think we have 60 groups. So not bad, but not exactly enough. And it's mainly on the demersal species because it's caught by the bottom troll survey that is happening every year since 2009. And luckily, so it's a short time series. We have a bit of contrast in the data. We have this warm period here in around 2015, 2016. And we have a huge increase well, huge. We have a large increase in primary production, and we can see also that the catches are increasing a lot. But as I said, we're not very sure about those. I did a method that Jacob has used, Pierre has used, Torsten has used a lot, doing the fitting stepwise with each of the production or the drivers, and seeing how that impacts the model fit and the improvement of the fit. In the first case, we saw that the temperature was the one that were bringing us closer to the time series. But of course, we hadn't included the catches yet, which were there, so we had to include them. And when we're combining the scenarios, then we see that the best one is actually the one where we have all the drivers. And we have this result for the time series of the fitted groups. So it's not really hard to make a curve go through 12 points, but still we were quite happy with the result because we get the decrease in like the large commercial stocks. What we see when we're trying to fit the catches is that the model doesn't manage to actually go and find all these high catches because, well, we're probably overestimating them. So we really have to get better data on that. And this is a quick and dirty Ecopath analysis that I did. I don't recommend to do that. Don't do that at home. So we compared 3 periods with the different temperature patterns, and we tried to show the differences in the ecosystem indicators, and we saw mainly like the changes in biodiversity, especially in the inner part where there is these ice covered areas. So for the next time, the question, are we there yet? Well, not yet really. We can't really, we have very short time series. So we have a model that is running, but it's not saying much. What would be great is that we would be able to, to integrate the local knowledge. So those last 50 years of knowledge that were collected and from the local fishermen. Doing this continuum between knowledge and decision. We do have to get some regular monitoring of the coast somewhere. Norway is the one of the largest coast in the world. It has not really regular monitoring of its coast, so I think it's super important. And since like a couple of years, I think it's 2021, we got the position of the small boats. So at some point, we're going to be able to include that and get more precise data for the fisheries, which is indispensable. I've started to play with the value chain. No data still, so I'm going to see where it goes, but it's quite fun to use. And then we're going to, with the Ecospace and probably with the Ecospace with the spatial temporal framework, we're going to use that to use the scenarios of kelp restoration. So that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. You have time for questions?
So I noticed your time series has a very significant increase in primary production, and that don't usually happen in water. So can you help me understand what's the reason? And I also wondering, could that be sampling bias? Because in our experience, phytoplankton biomass can change very quickly because they respond to a lot of different forcings. So we had an example, 2 samples collected in, say, 2 weeks apart, and then the phytoplankton biomass already changed a lot.
Yeah. So that's very true. There are several reasons that may be that. First, it's an output from a model. So it's a IBM model that is run at the day time step. So it should take that into account. It has been checked. So the value of the biomass seems to be correct. It's just a proportion of phytoplankton of diatom versus dinoflagellates that is a bit different. But for us, it doesn't matter. So the model can be something, but mainly what is clearly the case in most of Norwegian fjord, especially that high, is because of climate change, you have more precipitation. And so you have more primary production, increasing the primary production in the fjords. So that is not really surprising, but still it's a short time series. So it could be it could be also that just it's going to go down afterwards.
Thank you. Hi, really cool talk. For the value chain in Norway, there's a great tip. Statistics Norway has a lot of information when they estimate their GDP, and they have regional data for turnover, employment per sector and industry. So like you can get everything from processing to distribution just on how Norway calculates its GDP. So it's Norway is a cool place to run one of those.
Wait, did you say like a six? How did you say this? The website?
In Statistics Norway,
Statistics Norway. Oh yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
w-
SSB or something.
yeah,
like that,
I'll try to. I would try to say the name in Norwegian, but I'll butcher it. So.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Really cool.
Any other questions?
Great talk. Thank you. On one of the slides, you said that kelp restoration was one of the objectives.
Yeah.
How are you going? How are you approaching modeling that in EcoSpace?
What is planned is it's actually, so we are lucky that we have a scientist that is living there with the community and interacting with them a lot. So what he has planned is this buoy that is connected with the ropes on which they wrap the what's the name in English? Kelp. And what they want to do is to put a spawning area or like a breeding site. I don't know. You release larvae close to those to make them hide in there. So what we want to do, and I've tried already a bit, is to use this location of the spawning site and put the biomass of kelp and then use the mediation effect to use the. But I found these are tricky to calibrate, so or to set. So I'm still playing with that. But yeah, so that's the mediation effect that we want to use.
Dave's done some work with that with seagrass, so
oh yeah,
I'd like to talk more about that.
Great. Is there a paper on it?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
To you and to all the speakers.
Very much indeed. Okay, so now we have a coffee break until 4 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 4. No, it can't be 4:30. 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. So yes, please be back here, and then we will have the final session before the barbecue, for which we don't seem to be having rain, which is unexpected. Okay, so enjoy the coffee break. And remember to vote for the posters. Please do go and have before the poster session, indeed. Before the poster session. So you can also go up and look at the posters during the coffee break, by the way. Thank you.
And the name of the student presentations will be here.
Yes, and we'll put the student presentations up on the board.
Yeah, I have them ready.
Can you? Yes, okay.
Something there.
Creo que está mala diapositiva en la presentación. Que dice que nos vemos a las 3:30 y es a las 4.
Yeah, but I've perdido el. Oftentimes they send it to everybody, but it's they put everybody in detail. Okay, I'll have to email it. Sorry.
Almost wrong.
Like, oh, I'll ask about it.
So that's
No worries. Here or over there? We just, oh,
Yeah, it's just, sorry. System checking. Yes, I can check in a moment. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There. So you can either make like two separate ones, like one for
Yeah,
presentation
I
and
would
one for
like,
poster.
that would be great. So that we do one best
Or do you want it
poster
together?
and one best oral. No, because they'll come up and they'll get a
Yeah.
gift. So
Okay.
I'd like it to be
Yeah.
one slide
Okay.
for each. And I think first poster and then oral, and you can call it poster presentation and oral presentation.
Okay, and for an image, should we put an image or?
A what?
Like an image, a picture or something?
I don't know what it would be.
About the poster itself, maybe, like if you know beforehand and you can tell us. Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Because voting finishes at 11, right?
Well, what we ended up doing like 1:15 because there
Okay.
was one more.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming back. I'm glad to see that even if I don't ring the bell, people still follow the bell. That's good to know. I don't have to hit you. I can just look at you. Okay, so Natalia, shush. All right, so as we were asked earlier, can we go back to the student presentations? We've put together a list of what we thought, where people have indicated that they are students and wanted to be in the student talks. This is the list. It's also stuck on the wall outside, so maybe on the door or so. So you can always look at it later. So if you want to go and vote, please do. And just to say that I think we have now the final session with Simone. Are you taking it over again? Okay, so the final bit of session 4. I think we have 3 talks, if I'm not mistaken. 3 talks. So Akin will be your master.
Okay, welcome back again. We have 3 talks in this last part of this session 4. So we will start with Torstein Pedersen, future ecosystem effects of warming in the Barents Sea modeled by a climate-driven dynamic mass balance model. So Torstein.
Yes, this is a work together with Marcela Nascimento, Truls Pedersen, Silje Mortensen, and Philippa Fransner. Okay, I could, thank you. Yeah, so this is the Barents Sea. It's shown here. Red line shows the borders of the large marine ecosystem. It's about 2 million square meters. It's a shelf system. Average depth is about 230 meters. It receives warm Atlantic water from the southwest flowing into it, heating it up. And there is usually ice coverage during the winter, and in the autumn, it may actually be ice-free in the north, as it has been during the last years. It's in a way divided between Norway and Russia, about 50-50. And EU also has some fisheries there. And the background for this study is that there is a large uncertainty with regard to how future changes in temperature and fishing mortality may affect the ecosystem in the Barents Sea. And this is based on the same model that Marcela talked about, 108 functional group, but we had to reduce it, aggregate it to a smaller model with 79 groups to be able to run Monte Carlo simulation efficiently with this model. So this is based on this 79 group model, which is essentially very similar to the 108 group model. And the objectives were to investigate how various future climate and fishing intensity scenarios affected the biomass and production of commercially and specific keystone groups, and also ecosystem states and stability. And this ecosystem model needs external drivers for the period 2015 to 2100. And the drivers came from model climate scenarios for the variables ice coverage, primary production, average surface, and average bottom temperature. So the average are averaged for all cells in the system. And we use this Norwecom NEMO model, 3 scenarios, 2.6 cold, 4.5 shown in gray here, and 8.5 warm scenarios to provide the drivers. And here we see the average primary production to the left for the different scenarios. And it's the same data that Marcela used in her models. And 8.5 is the red, 4.5 is the black, and 2.6 is the blue ones. Starting at around 100 gram carbon per square meter per year, and similar development until around 2050, 2060, where the warm scenario increases, mostly due to less ice, because ice is much ice, you get less light and less primary production, actually. And the two other scenarios have lower values in the last part of the century. Here we see the annual mean ice coverage, and we see for the warm scenario, it's basically ice-free at the end of the century during the whole year. While the two other ones levels out at a similar level as we have had recent years. Bottom temperature increases more for the warm scenarios and also for the surface temperature, and the increase is about 2 degrees for bottom temperature and somewhat more for the surface temperature in this area. And we coupled the effect of the drivers to the groups using temperature performance curves. So it's linked to food consumption rate, kind of standard way of doing it in EcoSim. So in this system, we have both the Arctic groups, we have boreal groups, and some of the Arctic groups are stenotherm, have a quite narrow temperature range. For example, the keystone group, the polycod, Borregodosaida, which is a very important group in this system. So if we think of a temperature increase from cold temperatures to warm temperatures of maybe 2 to 3 degrees, these Arctic stenotherm groups would be expected to have a decrease in the consumption rate. However, for boreal eurotherms, they are working below the peak, and for the same increase in temperature, there will be a rise in the food consumption. So this is very simplistic. There also are some groups in between, for example, the boreal krill, which is kind of boreal stenotherm, which is a very important group in this system. Yeah. And we also, in addition, have ice coverage effect, because ice coverage also affect the habitat of some groups, to affect the light environment and predation rates also. So to see both, it looks like this. Very opposite effects on the Arctic stenotherm groups and the boreal eurotherm groups. In addition, we tested the effects of 3 levels of traditional fishing mortality: business as usual, half business as usual, and 50% increase to business as usual. And then we aggregated the results from the functional groups into aggregated compartments. And I show results from some of the compartments here. It's not time for all of them. So if we look at the Arctic groups, for example, polar bear, here we see the median from 200, the Monte Carlo simulations, and we see the bands shows the 95% percentiles. We see that they're quite similar until the end of the century, where we see a decrease for the warm scenario. We see a similar decrease for the seals, which are the prey of the polar bears. Arctic pelagic fishes, which is dominated by the polycod, also have a decrease. We don't see a decrease. It's actually more an increase for the Arctic benthic fishes. And there is also a decrease for the large calanoids, Calanus glacialis and Hyperboreus. For the boreal groups, boreal pelagic fishes, we see an increase at the high temperature, probably due to higher primary production, less competition from the Arctic pelagic groups. For the boreal benthic and the demersal fishes, there is also a tendency for an increase at the warm scenarios, this is the main commercial group in the Barents Sea. And we see the increase for the medium-sized copepods, Calanus fimarchicus, and also for the krill have a small increase. So we see that the effects of the warm scenario is very different depending on whether it's an Arctic group or a more boreal group. And there are direct effects and there are indirect effects. For example, we see the indirect effects on the very clearly on the polar bear here. So then over to stability. We measure stability as the mean divided by the standard deviation for all calculated for individual Monte Carlo replicates. So the blue is the 2.6 scenario, the gray is the 4.6, I think it was, and red is the 8.5. And we see for the Arctic groups, we have a higher stability for the cold scenario, for the polar bear, for the seals, even for the whales, which is a mix of boreal and Arctic groups, for Arctic pelagic fishes, Arctic benthic fishes, but not for the large calanoids. While the boreal groups doesn't show any clear patterns, stability is similar, more or less similar for all scenarios. So over to the conclusions. We observed similar development for most aggregated compartments at all three climate scenarios until around the year 2060. So after that, most Arctic functional groups show decreases in the warmer scenarios, and it's opposite for the boreal functional groups. Tendency for lower stability in the warmer scenarios from about 2015 onwards, especially for the Arctic groups. And I haven't shown the results for the fishing mortality, but biomass stability of functional groups was similar at different constant fishing mortalities at given climate scenarios. Yeah, so that was my... Yeah, you say that this is part of the Nansen legacy program.
Very much for questions.
Thank you. Very nice study. And my question is kind of to both you and to Andy Whitehouse. Holton just caught me for when Andy said it. He said something similar. I take as a premise that the simplest model that can address a question is the best model to use. And EcoSim is much simpler than EcoSpace. So if it can be addressed with EcoSim, do it. But both of these systems are very big, 2 million square kilometers, lots of habitat, and using one trend in temperature and the other parameters doesn't capture all the spatial differences in how fish can move around. Have you considered addressing exactly the same question using a spatial model? I think it would be interesting to see how big differences are there between the two. There may not be a big difference, but it would really be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very good idea, and there is interest to compare Ecopath, both Ecospace and Atlantis in the Barents Sea. So I think it's very interesting.
Any other questions? Sheila?
I'm trying not to ask too many questions.
Because you're not model,
Yeah. But I'm still an ecologist. And therefore, I'm going to ask an ecology question. Can you go back one slide? Two slides, sorry. The one with the... Yeah, so I was kind of, maybe my question is answered there. I was kind of wondering why you have this big decline in polar bears, but I missed that the seals are also declining. So I guess it will probably be because of the reduction in seals that the polar bears will be declining in the end. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, there's actually we have observed increased mortality of harp seal pups in the Barents Sea when there's little ice, and that's the main prey and the main seals in the Barents Sea.
Okay, another question? One. So you do this uncertainty analysis with Monte Carlo simulation. So how do you constrain your parameters? Because you are using this biomass PBQB.
Yes, yes.
And
yeah, we have
Monte Carlo randomly alternates them, and sometimes what you end up is unrealistic PQ values. So are you considering them as valid simulations or not? That should be.
I don't think we are using this routine in entering them from this what do you call it where you enter pedigree. Yeah, pedigree. Yes. So we read 500 papers and put all we know about the uncertainty into that and loading from the pedigree. But we have not looked into diet uncertainty. So, but actually we have run this with a different set of diet values from 2015 and give quite of similar trends. There may be some differences for some groups, but not major difference, I would say.
Yeah.
So, but unrealistic PQ values.
Yes, if you have pedigree, sometimes you may end up 60% or 70%, 80% PQ values if you alternate PB and QB together. So I think that there should be a check that you have a Monte Carlo simulation for uncertainty, but there should be a check to eliminate those unrealistic simulations with unrealistic physiological rates, I think.
Okay, I've never plotted that, but that would be a good idea to try to see.
Can you start it in a flutter here?
Yeah. I know, I noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we told.
Our discussion was just there are a number of checks every time a model is drawn in the multi-stanza Monte Carlo routine.
Yeah.
And I thought we also had a PQ check when we did that. But you may have looked in the code for it. I'm trying to remember something from many years ago. It really should be there if it isn't there.
I haven't looked at the code for this, but what I end up when I do Monte Carlo, the PQ values goes way off if you don't pay attention. So
okay, well, it was simple to add this. Yeah. And while I have it, we can do Monte Carlo in Ecospace as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
We proceed to our second talk by yes, Alonso del Solar on exploring trophic dynamics and management strategies. No? Yeah. In response to changes in frequency of El Nino related warming events. So Alonso, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, can you hear me properly? Yes, quite a mouthful, this title. Sorry, where is it? Okay. Exploring trophic dynamics and fishery management strategies. I don't know if we actually tested management strategies, but trying to approach a way of looking at it. So instead of showing so many results, I tried to show somehow how we approach the methods of how we wanted to do these El Nino-like events. Somebody else was talking about the marine heat waves in different parts of the world, and we're going to see a bit on how this reflects in our region, in Peru. So a bit of context, just a little bit for somebody who maybe don't know where we are. Really broad explanation of the main environmental drivers around this system. So we have the main Humboldt-Albertine system that is mainly driven and constantly pushing against the tropical equatorial waters by constant strong winds. This is very simplified. Winds are all across the tropical Pacific. But under typical warm El Nino events or conditions, we have an influx of warm water pool that comes all the way from towards the east, right? So we have this sort of back and forth through an anomaly in the winds. And the main effects along the coast of Peru are we have warmer temperatures and increased rainfall along the coast, but at different latitudes. And it's not the same along the whole coast. It depends on how much this warm water pool let's say, goes into the system. We so call it as tropicalization of the south of Peru, not really the south, but there's a lot of mixing and reoxygenation of the water column, which is thought to be also really important for a sort of reset of the system. There's a habitat expansion and reduction and a lot of interesting physiological responses. We can talk a lot about Enchoveta. In this case, we're going to focus more on shallow bay systems. So we're going to focus on invertebrates mainly and more coastal species. But there's also human migrations targeted by or triggered by collapses of certain species in the north that people then move to the south, and there's this back and forth between the people. So this also has a lot of socioeconomic repercussions. So this is sort of the context where we are. There are the two main systems that we wanted to explore. This is part of my PhD, which actually was starting when we had the last Ecopath conference 5 years ago. So these models were in diapers back then. Now there's a lot of time has happened, has passed, and but we're going to focus just on one part of it. So the main driver of these migrations and the main things we're going to explore here are driven by this scallop that is highly productive in the north of Peru, in the south of Peru. But when we have these El Niño events in the south, we have a huge increase, 50 times the amount of scallops, driven by, triggered, I guess, by the genetic sort of ancestry. And in the north, we have a collapse of the system. No? So again, this triggers migrations to the south, but also of some other species. But mainly, we're going to focus probably on what happens with the scallops. But the El Niño has different flavors, right? It has different way of looking at it. So it comes in different types. For example, we have the extraordinary El Niño of 97, 98, which mainly affected, well, the Eastern Pacific, but also in the Central Pacific. Modoki types El Niño are more in the Central Pacific. But from a Peruvian perspective, there are many different types of heat waves. I mean, they can be from 5 days long to a year long or 2 years long. So from our perspective, every time a warming event comes, it's El Niño. But we know globally it's not like that. But this is I think, important in terms of how we label these events. No? For example, in 2017, we had this event, a short-lived but really strong event in the north of Peru. We call it coastal El Niño. It's not really associated with El Niño, although I think this is still being debated. I'm not an expert on it, but very interested to see that we call it El Niño, but because maybe scientifically in other parts of the world they don't call it an El Niño, people respond differently. No? If I associate the El Niño to what happened in 97, I will assume something will happen differently than somebody that lived the 83 one or 2015 or et cetera, et cetera. No? So for our work, well, I'm going to pass this quickly. I think I forgot to hide some slides, so maybe I'll go quickly. But maybe here is more to show the two events that we're going to focus on, 98 El Niño and the 2017 event, which maybe if we focus just on the arrow, we see that that's the difference between the two base systems during the 2017 El Niño. So the difference in temperature was huge because it's only warmed in the north, but not in the south, comparatively to what happens in an extraordinary El Niño. In this work, we're going to focus just on Independencia. And the idea is to investigate the responses of Independencia Bay to potential increases in frequency of these events. And we're going to focus on, or we focused on extraordinary El Niños and coastal El Niños. And so this increase in biomass in the south also has an influx of effort from the north, people who also escaped from collapsing scallops in the north. So we also assume that this effort increase that usually comes and then goes, maybe stays for whatever reason. So we try to play with those. Maybe this is a very simple way of doing the simulations, but this is how we did them. And we explored a bit of how to reallocate this effort and see what happens in this case. Reallocate it between other fleets, not only leaving it in the diving fishery, but maybe these divers also can start doing net fisheries or hook and line or other stuff. And we explored the effecting, or we tried to explore the effectiveness of this, or distributing this effort among other fleets. And how did we do this? Well, we had these two models. These are the main ones we use for everything, well, for this work. But we're going to focus on Independencia, right? It's very much driven by benthic invertebrates and low trophic level processes. And the model is from 2007. It has been fitted to environmental and fisheries time series data. This has been published already. And in this publication, we try to understand the sort of masking effects of El Niño, because we have this influx of effort from the north that is not really accounted for when we talk about this kind of El Niños, but it's, so if you have a lot of effort coming to a place that is not accompanied by the accompanying increase in biomass or productivity, it's different than if you have a huge increase in scallops and you have the effort targeting that resource. No? So we're trying to explore that. And in this case, we are looking into simulations of this kind of events under different frequencies, increasing the frequency of the events. This is what we try to do. So for the simulation, maybe I go straight to this one. I don't want you to read all of it, but let's say it's like a stepwise process that we did. We had the two events, extraordinary El Niño and the marine heat wave, the heat wave that we call coastal El Niño for these purposes. And then we see the effects along the Peruvian system, the effects in each of the bays, and how we can translate them to Ecopath. No? So the way we did it is, for example, for the extraordinary El Niños, we increased the scallops 50-fold. We forced these biomasses, and we forced the effort changes according to data we got from government, so according to real data. And biomass changes also for the coastal El Niño, which are different as you see. We can come back to that later. I won't go into that. This is just how the whole thing came out to be, seen at the different biomass simulations and catch simulations at the different levels of scenarios, different frequencies. So for the sake of time, maybe, we try to use one or two indicators here. We're going to use just total biomass to see what happens in the system. So scenario one is just one El Niño event. So the first part is the fitted model that was fitted until 2020, and then we simulate it to the future. No, so we have one Niño event, then 3 Niño events each 20 years, I think, and then the last one I think is each 5 years, and we had a lot of stuff in between. And I really thought that something was going to collapse in the system, no? Maybe some biomass or maybe one of the catches is going to, some surprises were going to come up, but we didn't see any of this. So for me, this is sort of a proxy of how the system, either is it very resilient, as we were expecting, being a system that is used to having every now and then an El Niño influx, reoxygenating the system and doing all this stuff. I would move on because I have 2 minutes. But also maybe it's just the model or Ecopath is just too robust for it to collapse. I really, this part maybe needs some people to help me understand how to do it. I just show this because the main biomasses here are mainly from scallops. So we take scallop out, we still get a higher biomass influx, probably mainly from some of the predators, for example, predatory snails. We take those out, also we get this biomass. We have the biomasses for each species, no? So the idea is to see that I think 1 or 2 groups sort of collapse in this high frequency scenario, but the total biomass remained stable. Then probably I won't go too much into this, almost 10 minutes, maybe I can go 1 minute more. But the idea was to test this sort of the normal situation that we already saw, and then the idea of the effort that came into this bay stayed, and then the idea that this effort that stayed, that was really high after the biomass of the resources was low, if we redistribute it among different fleets, which I guess usually happens in nature. No, divers would probably go to one resource. If the clams are exhausting, then they will go to the crabs and stuff like this. But in the face of some regulations that are forcing them to stay in some regions, maybe it's interesting to address this. But then we try to show this also in terms of average catches and biomass. In this case, these are catches, just to show that under the third scenario of sort of redistribution, we see that there's even higher catches for some resources. For example, crabs, predatory crabs that we know that are very high in mixed trophic impact in this system. So are quite resilient, and they eat everything almost. So they do quite well. So some final thoughts. Hope I'm not too over time. So we simulated effects and saw what happened by varying the frequencies and also changing the effort distribution, sort of as a management strategy, but I know it's really not, it's a bit far-fetched to call it that way, I would say. We did try to replicate the effects using environmental response functions, but I couldn't do it. Maybe somebody has some nice ideas how to do it. I think it's because the increase of scallops in the system is really extraordinary. No, their PV just increases too much, and they really increased 50-fold in biomass, and it's something that I tried to replicate with the response functions and couldn't happen. So we just forced the biomass and let the rest of the system react to this increase in scallops. No? And we actually find that the model could replicate the responses through a one El Niño cycle pretty well. So the scallops increased, then you have a decrease in crabs, but then the crabs come back with predatory snails, with octopus, and they increase their biomasses a lot for the next few years. So I think that was quite interesting. It seems that the Independencia is resilient under this high increased or high frequency of events, even under high effort. But I will be cautious, because if I say this in a fisheries meeting or with fishermen, they probably say, woohoo, no, then we can just fish a lot. So I know there are a lot of caveats here, but what's really interesting to see how the system really was resilient to this, no? In my view. I'm almost done. And I wanted to mention that, let's say from the common fold perspective, I don't know if this is how you say it, but let's say if I'm on the street walking, like I said at the beginning, no, it's important to know which kind of El Niño is coming. Last year, I think we have a canonical El Niño, then it didn't happen since the 70s, and these are all these different variations that are different in their origin, but also different in how they affect the different systems within the Peruvian system. No? So I think this is relevant in terms of management also, no? Even though we are a step removed, let's say. Next steps are to keep trying to, to keep running these simulations, better simulations probably in the context of climate change. I think it's not really well known what will happen with El Niño in Peru, at least with climate change. And perfect these simulations, and in the face of some regulations as of turfs, which this is an ongoing, I wouldn't say problem now, but ongoing situation, no? That the government has already released and it's being implemented, that fishers need to state a resource and a place where they're going to fish it, as this happened in Chile before also. But I don't know what will happen when they need to migrate for different reasons. No? So I don't know if this is being accounted for. Thank you very much.
I have one. So, you have? Yeah, please.
So you said you've tried to mechanistically represent why the scallops explode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's the important question here. Forcing the biomass is sort of cheating, isn't it?
I guess. Yeah, because also I use this sort of, so we know this happened in the past, and so I said, okay, increase 50-fold, but then you let the simulation run again, and wherever it lands at the next level of biomass, again 50-fold. No, and I know this is but trying to do it systematically. I'm really happy to talk to you or anybody else to know how to do it. We tried, or I tried, but couldn't manage. That's very, very difficult. Thanks.
Okay, I will keep my question
Sure.
for later. So,
Sure. Thanks. Sorry for that.
So our final talk for today and for this session by Santiago de la Puente on a methodological framework for assessing the socioeconomic consequences of change in fisheries systems using Ecopath with Ecosim.
Hi guys, I know I'm the last barrier between now and beer, so I'll try to keep this brief. When we think about fisheries and systems and oceans, we have to think about peopled seas. The oceans are full of people, and we have kind of screwed up in the past because we have failed to fully embrace the human dimensions of fisheries systems and the work that we do. And either we want it or not, we are in a long-term relationship with these people. And like any relationship that sours a little bit, you kind of remember the good stuff, but like you never forget the bad stuff. So in order for us to like rebuild trust, we have to be more explicit about the economic and social consequences of management actions, as well as the foregone costs and potential impacts of this actions on the people that will definitely be impacted by them. If you probably went to Ecopath 25, I promise you that you might have included a sentence in a paper saying that it's important to include socioeconomic dimensions in modeling outputs. I think that most of you are guilty of that. But we have a very growing demand for specific social and economic objectives for management. And at the same time, this is coupled with a need for developing indicators that can actually represent the consequences of management actions in this socioeconomic terms, and also assessing the consequences of environmental change on the human dimensions. We have done a systematic review of how EWE and Atlantis models have been used for addressing socioeconomic questions, and Dee is going to talk a lot about that tomorrow. But roughly 4% of the EWE publications have tackled anything dealing with socioeconomics. And we are really lagging behind. And also, we have many socioeconomic drivers for fleet dynamics, and they are hardly ever incorporated in our modeling. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that later today. But I'm also very hopeful because I've seen between Ecopath 35 and Ecopath 40, there's been a huge increase in the representation of socioeconomics in models. I saw Simone's presentation earlier today and was really positively surprised by how participative it was from the get-go. And also, I think it was Andy's presentation and in Alaska that is already including a lot of socioeconomic stuff within the management. So there's a lot of hope. But before we talk about the actual framework that we have within EWE, I think it's very important to think about step 0. And this is something that has been alluded a lot, and it should not be an afterthought. That when we're developing a model that is aimed to inform policy, we have to think about policy from the get-go and include the stakeholders and the fishers and the regulators, from the definition of what are the management objectives to the spatial and temporal scale of the model to the socioeconomic scope. And based on that, select informative indicators that can allow us to assess the attributes and the consequences of this processes, and also not lose sight of the available data and how can we actually fill those gaps. And with that, we can develop relevant, valid, comprehensive, understandable, feasible, measurable indicators. And the thing is that, like, I've been spending a lot of time with social scientists recently, and they get a lot of headaches with our outputs because we regularly equate societal welfare with catches. And that is very far from the reality. But we have a powerhouse here. Even though you normally use EWE for a lot of really interesting ecological stuff, a lot of your work would catch fire if you were to include some sort of economic dimension to it. In many cases, we fail to translate really complex ecological issues because we don't use the proper economic and social terms. And one of the most powerful things that we can do is actually the simplest, which is include information about the basic socioeconomic indicators in the portfolio that EWE has, and that is revenue and profit. Revenue is the landed value, so like it's the catches times the ex-vessel price. And this is very relevant because in many cases, when we are thinking about the best outcome, it might be the one that increases the catches the most, but the species whose catches are increasing might not be the most profitable. And when we include profit, that's actually reducing the cost of fishing. And that is also a very powerful thing because trade-off profiles are very susceptible to this. And these indicators can be estimated from secondary data as well as from many other data sets. We can get like interviews and directly get data from the people involved, and they can run with both Ecopath, Ecosim, and Ecospace. And we even have handles within the toolbox to account for changes in the prices with responses to changes in supply. And it's important to think about this because when I've seen models that deal with the outcomes of socioeconomic or like the socioeconomic consequences of management, and there's uncertainty being addressed, we will see variations in the economic outputs as well, but those are driven by uncertainty in the biological and biophysical parameters of the models. But we have to take good care of also capturing the socioeconomic parameter uncertainty as well. And just looking at the Western Mediterranean here for like, this is 2016 data based on the last STECF report. You can see there's difference between like the fixed costs of the fleet, the effort related costs, which are those that tend to increase with increasing effort, the fuel costs or sailing costs, which makes sense a lot in Ecospace, and the profits. So like we take the revenue and re-express the revenue based on the costs. And you can see that the profitability of gillnets, for example, is a lot higher than that of the mid-water trawlers, but also the effort cost and sailing costs vary substantially between fleets. And this variation is also seen across the years as well as between areas. So when we are addressing the uncertainty in these parameters, it's always important to think about the data that we have available. And as many do, build multiple models based on different input variables. We also have a lot of really modular approaches when we're dealing with the outputs of EWE. And ones that have been very strong in the US, for example, has been linking the outputs of ecosystem models with input-output models. I don't know if you're familiar with these kind of models, but those are the ones that characterize the flows of goods in a symmetrical way between industries. So you take the goods supplied versus the goods consumed. It's very similar to the computations of the mixed trophic impact. And the thing is that based on this, we can get estimates of the direct, indirect, and induced economic effects. So we take the actual contribution of the fishery to the different sectors. That's the direct one. The indirect one are the expenditures that are happening in the other fisheries, in the other sectors, based on the actual on. So the indirect one are the measures of the economic activity of industries supplying another industry that has to do with fishing. And the final one are the induced ones are the effects in the economy that people have based on their income from fishing. So we can actually tackle a lot of stuff. We can get value added and employee compensations as well. And in the US, this is mainly dominated by Implan, which is a really robust model that is very rich in data. And recent innovations within it account for a lot of regional variation, which was an issue in the past, at least in the last EWE conference. We also have extensions of the input-output models, which are the social accounting matrices. These have been extensively used in the Pearl River Delta, and they get us good estimates of the total economic contribution per fleet. We also get ideas of the labor and capital income per sector and industry. So like we know what happens in the canneries versus in the retail sector. And we also get ideas of welfare change, and both in fishers households and non-fishers households. So these are kind of things that politicians really like to hear about, and we can actually use our outputs for that. And finally, we can also use this in further developments of the social accounting matrices, which are CGEs, which give us an idea of household consumption of goods. So like how can we relate the catch that we have with the actual consumption within households, as well as household income. So this is a great toolbox, but it's a lot of linking outputs. So it's a one-directional way. Oh, crap, I'm very late. So we also have the value chain, which I'm sorry, I'm gonna fly, that allows us to get a lot of indicators. This is the extended portfolio. And the neat thing about this is that we can get indicators by functional group, by métier, by post-harvest enterprise. So like, let's see a cannery versus fishing industry, as well as by sector. So like distributors versus retailers, and as a system as a whole. And this is such a powerful tool because it's also coupled, not linked. So we can actually learn from what's happening in the ecosystem and in the economic system as well. And so far, most of the applications have been only with static models, but that's something that we want to change in Ecoscope. And so far, we have been developing some of these value chains. Some are more complex than others. And the neat thing is that a lot of them, because we have no time for interviews, they've been built based on secondary data, which is a challenge. And we will likely not fill all the data gaps, but this helps us understand where the data gaps are so that we can plan to take that information in the next iteration. And the beautiful thing about this is that the value chain and the actual core modules can be used with fishing policy search tools to run optimizations, as well as with management procedures to see like the different consequences of the of setting tax on the economic and social performance, both through the plugins and independently. And this can inform trade-off analysis. And we have done great stuff so far, but we are not applying it a lot. And this is an untapped potential that we really need to capitalize. And now that I think more about markets and costs, I think that we have a little due diligence to do. We need to allow to link our effort to bioeconomic models so that we can drive fleet dynamics based on behavior. And this is a challenge that I hope that the new Surimi project will also sort of tackle, because there are so many things that happens when we are modeling a fleet in EWE. What we are actually modeling is a métier, which is a set of fishing operations, but the fleet is actually composed of a series of vessels. And the vessels are the economic units. And because fishers will change gear, change fishing area, and that has a lot of attributed transitional costs, like buying a license, finding a new place to live in a different area. And this is something that has been a challenge for us, because we are not really capturing the economic dynamics that lead to decisions in redistributions of fishing effort. We also need to improve our ability to parameterize the social and economic consequences of climate change. And this is something that I saw with a lot of joy in the Alaskan case study that was recently presented. But there's been efforts to do this for Europe based on the CERES project. However, some of those criteria were political and other considerations that fall outside of the purview of EWE, but we need to do an effort to consider, for example, scenarios for different future fuel costs and cooperation between countries and Brexit and that kind of stuff. There's also untapped markets. Like, for example, the natural capital accounting for marine spatial planning. I don't know how aware you are about the CF framework and the GOAP, but there's like a recent initiative since like 2016. And what they're trying to do is to assess how changes in the condition of ecosystems are affecting the provision of ecosystem services and the value of ecosystem services. And they're trying to do this in an organized manner, much like the UNSD did in the 50s, trying to standardize how we quantify the GDP and how we measure GDP. If you look at the ecosystem service valuation across systems, it's like the monetary values are all over the place. And this is an effort that is trying to move it in one consolidated manner. And the cool thing is that they need temporal spatial modeling for this. And I think that we have an untapped market here for that. And finally, we have to deal with uncertainty in all the components of our models. And this is something that in the socioeconomic components, we have seldom done. And like we have uncertainty in regards of the implications of management. So like sometimes we will set a great rule, the best rule, but it's not really applied. And that leads to consequences economically, not just because we fail to meet our objective ecologically, we also fail to recover the fisheries that we want, but we will also fail to meet the economic expectations, right? And yeah, so I encourage you to join in. EWE is a powerhouse for this. Collaboration across disciplines is key. Hang out with economists and social scientists. I married one. It's a good thing. And it's a beautiful, challenging field. And if you're interested in this, we will be giving a course tomorrow or on Thursday with Vili. So please check it out. And thank you for your time. I'm already afraid.
So thank you for the most polite scolding I've ever had. So I'll put a question back on you. How do we, besides marrying economists, how do we get them to work with us? For 9 years when I was in the Chesapeake, finally got around to get some economists to work with me to do some implant work with restoration. It's just, there's not a lot out there with their hands up waiting to work with us. Do you have suggestions?
So I think that one issue that we need to, well, I don't want to preach because I'm like, but I think that it's quite important to move from the silos that we are at, and we need to embrace inter and transdisciplinarity in research. So maybe accepting students in economics, or like putting a call for a student to write the economic component of the model that you're already working at. And like, I'm sure that there's people that are crazy enough to be interested. Yeah.
Santiago, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for shepherding this through. I think you're really the only one that's kind of, really working on this at this level. And I would love to integrate more of this into my work, but one of the limitations that I see, and maybe you can help me with this, is in our region, we have really big recreational fisheries, and the value of recreational fisheries is generated at the trip level, not at the land use level. So how they spend money, on ice and gear and hotels and restaurants, and that's the economic impact. So how can we incorporate that sort of valuation into these models? Because it's really important. Like, for example, in our forage fish research, where we're looking at trade-offs between a commercial fishery and a recreational fishery, and it's really a value-based decision. It's not; these aren't necessarily food-limited systems, but depending on how you value the commercial fishery versus the recreational fishery, you might get a different optimum management policy. So,
and like the issue with that is because you're already contemplating hotels and trips and everything. Like the recreational fisheries always end up having like a huge impact in the economy, much larger than the commercial in many cases. But the other thing is that like responses in the commercial type of fishing are also triggered by like marginal changes in value, but in the recreational side, they're triggered by marginal changes in supply. So like when you have like, for example, a significant change in the availability of a resource, you might have higher or lower values, but if not, it's all going to be like demand driven. Like suddenly an area becomes popular, you have more people coming in. It's really hard to model. I haven't like thought this through all the way, but there's like studies that deal with willingness to pay. And some of them are better than others, but I would try to like use shadow value maybe, which is a different approach when we estimate what would be the commercial value of that catch, so that we can have a comparison in between and like keep it at that level at first until we can get a full grasp of the actual like downstream and upstream consequences of changes in the catch for the commercial fleet. And also like the US has a big issue with imports. Like a lot of the contributions to the economy come from imported goods that are reprocessed and sold and redistributed, right? So the actual catches have a much smaller like impact. So it's like trade-offs are tricky, and like I haven't gone all in, but like I would love to. So maybe there's a project there.
Hi, thanks, Santiago. That was a really important talk, I think. I think it's something we all really need to embrace, and hopefully in 5 years, there'll be a whole session on socioeconomic impacts in EWE. I was wondering, just looking at the natural capital approach, and we're approaching that a little bit, but it goes quite far beyond the economic value as well. And we're starting to look at cultural importance and well-being and how ecosystem services link through to that. And I was wondering if you're touching on any of that, or
so EWE is not a solution for all the problems. So like
it's not.
Unfortunately, no. And the thing is that like he's my supervisor. So like the thing is that like there's many like culture related things that we can probably not grasp adequately with an ecosystem model, right? There are approaches that maybe if we could like maybe understand the outcomes of certain fishing policies in ecospace at the community level. So like we reported at that like level, but again, what is a community? Like there's lots of considerations there, and culture is really hard to value. I remember like there was maybe back in 2012, there was a total economic valuation of the seafood or of the ocean's contribution to the Norwegian culture. And one dude did the most weird thing that I can imagine. So like he registered all the music that had been produced over time that involved the ocean, right? So like if the ocean wasn't the lyrics, and then they actually estimated what was the value of that in economic terms, and like that music production, and that was the attributed value for culture. And I was like, what the hell? Like, what's like I mean, so like there's a lot of people that get creative and no, yeah. But like for the natural capital stuff, like the cool thing and the real gap that I see with the work that the SIA and the GOAP has done is that a change in the condition of a system is really hard to translate into a change in the supply of an ecosystem service and then into the value of the ecosystem service. And that is work that we can do. And like the approach that they're doing is to actually estimate the resource rent of the fisheries, for example. Then for other like for example, ecosystem services like nursery areas and that kind of stuff, it's measured through the supporting like it's an intermediary ecosystem service, right? So like there's different ways to go about it, but definitely I think that Ecospace is a tool that is like has a lot of potential in this. Yeah.
I got the talking stick.
I had it first. I had it first.
Okay.
Santiago, thank you for that. I worked on the project with Howard when we worked with The Economist, and so I've been thinking about this for a while. And then I worked on another project in coastal Louisiana where we sent out, I worked with a social scientist, where we sent out a survey of recreational fishers called SURF. We thought that was really great for a name. And we were able to collect some data. So Dave, this is kind of getting at what you were saying. So if we work with social scientists who actually can collect survey data and work with the different companies that, well, we basically went to Facebook and then found a charter boat fisher who had a huge following, and we were able to get 1,500 respondents on our survey. And so if we ask those questions about how much does it cost to buy ice and to buy all the gear, we can start, it's not going to be a perfect number, but we can start getting an idea of recreational fisher cost. And then we could use things like the NOAA Marine Recreational Survey to get some of that and expand it. And we do a lot of those, what we call ad hoc estimations. But the data are there. We just have to be creative. And I think what you said about transdisciplinary work is the most important thing. We have to think about it at the beginning. We can't build these models and say, oh, by the way, do you want to work with a social scientist or working with an economist? It has to be from the get-go, and it has to be with the stakeholders from the beginning.
Yeah, and in my experience, what you are doing is probably one of the best approaches to getting data, like getting data from a lot of stakeholders, and then you provide an estimate, and you go to the actual like guys that are renting the chart, or like the people involved, and they'll say like, it's not 2, it's actually 3. And like that's how you actually get them to reply. So like it's good to show them like imperfect stuff, and in a way kind of be vulnerable to learning from them as well, because that's a thing that I think has been really hard in many ways. Like at least when I've approached fishing communities, it's like we sit in an ivory tower in many cases, right? And actually, I've never learned more about fisheries than living with small scale fishers. So it's actually a lot about humility as well. So I also encourage you to keep going and get creative.
I have a quick comment, really, before you. On this, that's why this is on this. I would like to say this social media is useful for getting feedback and information, but our sample can be biased and not be representative of the population, or so that's a big problem. So yeah. Sorry, Willie.
Well, before I call this talking stick, because that's an expression our First Nations are using, that you have one talking stick and you pass it around. Who gets to talk next? I was just going to respond to or add to this question about cultural value, because last year I got all fired up about this, working with First Nations. I'm thinking we need to get into our policy optimization this question of cultural value. And I got Jerome almost to work on it. And then I realized, shoot, we already have all these ways of addressing economic value in it. And we can't have 2 of the same kinds, because they really are the same kind. It's just a question of how you put value on it. And you could do it with what we have already. So one can put that in, having fleets with cultural value and optimizing for that, and that value can just overshadow it. But it has to be, you can't have 2 pulling in different direction. It has to go in as a fleet. So didn't get very far with it. That was a shorter answer than yours to it.
I wiggled.
And then I passed the stick.
I'm going to call it. That's it. Thanks. Thank you again. And thank you for being provocative, always. All right. So do we have the slide from? Okay. So if we can have the slide, I can't see. So we've come to the end of the day, but Christy asked us to put up a slide about, I don't know what that is, but about possible modeling wind farms group. Do you want to say more? No, speaking to this talking stick.
Everyone, Christy Lewis, University of Rhode Island. So I was brought up to University of Rhode Island from my previous position to start working on offshore wind, particularly with NOAA Fisheries. That's right there on the campus with me. And so in hearing all of your incredible talks this week and posters about offshore wind, I find it that I don't want to wait 5 years to see what advancements that we can make in this type of modeling, especially in ecospace. So I talked to Howard a bit about organizing a working group, and Kieran and some other folks. So I have a form that you can fill out, students, academics, anyone that doing anything in offshore wind. Please join the group. I'm going to start organizing this with Howard and Simone. I talked to Simone about it. Like, so I think this is going to be really important. I'd like to do something similar for stable isotope, but I'm not trying to take on too much. So if you're interested in organizing a stable isotope working group as well for ecosystem modeling, come talk to me, and maybe you can lead that one, and I can join it. So thanks so much.
Thanks, Christy. So yes, so please, if you're interested in this, join here. Also, remember, we are now going to have the poster session for an hour and a bit, hour and a half, I think it is officially. There should be beer, there should be some nibbles, and I was told the barbecue guys are here, so they're busy barbecuing. So at 6:30 we should be able to eat. I think that's how it's going to work. So you can go and get some beers, but I want to see you all upstairs looking at posters. And I also remind you that you can check the student presentations, which should be outside for the presentations, and remember to vote for the posters. And Willie wants to always have the last. And the last ferry is at 8:30. This building will be open until 9, but you can take the trams. The trams and buses are working, and at 9 o'clock you can easily walk. It's still light, and there won't be lots of bicycles, so you can walk on the bicycle path. So it's totally walkable. It's probably going to take you as long to walk if you walk that way around than taking the ferry. So you don't have to leave early. But the last ferry is at 8:30. So that's it. Beer and student talks. There we go.